on OBS. I was muted. So, hi, Zary. New background, everybody. Wow. Mhm. Mhm. We appreciate you. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was looking for it, and then I saw a mouse, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I wasn't even trying to find yours, but okay. that would have been, that would have been really funny. Oh my god, for April Fools or something. Yeah, y'all like my new. We all trade backgrounds for a day. Oh my god, you're muted on my stream. Hang on. I don't know why Discord's not picking you up. I'm just talking to myself. Speaks. Okay, we should be okay. I'll be silent.
Test,
She,
test, test, test,
I
test, test,
don't
test.
hate. I don't hate him. I
Can
don't.
y'all hear me?
Should be good
Alright, drive
now.
safe, Evie. Drive safe. Thank you for the headpad sub,
Can't
Miyamoto.
hear.
Appreciate you.
Sorry, I just noticed. I just
Crazy.
drive safe, Evie.
There we go. Hi, Zary. Now that you can hear me, hi.
We were talking about trading backgrounds for a day.
Trading backgrounds between like all of us.
Yeah.
It would have been funny for like an April Fool's thing.
Mhm.
Damn, we just missed it. Damn it, we gotta wait a whole year.
It's alright. It's alright.
Man.
It is what it is.
I need to buy mine still. Yeah. I might get a new one for mine, Loki. I don't know yet.
I like yours. It's nice.
Thank you. I like mine. I have nothing against mine. Just might get something a little,
Something
maybe
a
a little
little
more custom or
different.
something. Yeah, 'cause this is like a generic like pack one that I bought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of the Void of Stars. I like yours, Zary.
It's nice. I think it suits you
Yeah.
and the model a lot.
I think it looks cool.
Let me open this damn game. Oh, never mind. The download got paused for some reason. It's fine.
Why did it get paused? You didn't download it yet?
Shut up. There's only like
Oh
3 minutes.
and
I'll be okay.
you got on me. You got on me for downloading it an hour ago. You're
I
downloading it
I
right
was
now.
downloading it. I don't know why it paused.
Oh my
It's
god.
not my fault. Oh my
You want to
god.
give me shit.
So mean. I'm just saying.
It's pretty bad. I want an actual place. Is a shit. There's shit available for my color schemes. Oh, okay.
That is true. I feel like a lot of the ones you showed me were like vampire and all, and I'm like, you're not a vampire.
Ooh.
Yeah, how is everybody? How it goes? Let me check, make sure
Yeah,
I
how's
didn't
life? How's
pause.
your what's today? Wednesday.
It
How's
is
your Wednesday?
Wednesday, my dudes. I told that to my old coworker, and she was like, "Oh my god, you're so old." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
What the fuck?
I know.
That's not even that old.
It's not.
It's like 10 years old.
Oh my god, 10 years old. It's. Oh, we feel old.
Yeah, 'cause it was a Vine,
It's.
right? So yeah, it was like 10 years ago.
Sass, we have a short that. Oh my god, free yourself, Sari.
Uh, I was gonna say,
Free.
I really hope you can get another job. I hope.
Yeah,
I'm praying.
you need. We are getting new
Yeah, I was
jobs.
gonna say we all.
We all are getting new jobs.
Yeah, hopefully it all works out for you, Zary. Can't
You
believe I
got
know.
this.
Like,
You got this, Sari. I believe. I believe. I have no music on in the background. Where is? Oh my god.
What
It do
happened?
be the weather is weathering, so I don't know. Hopefully it goes well.
Mm. So we're both gonna have spotty internet.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
It's okay. We'll make it work.
Oh my
Release
god.
Zeri? Facts. People are like, how the fuck do you do that mentally tiring job and still stream? I
No,
don't
for
know.
real.
I don't know how you do it either.
I don't know how you
I don't
do
know how
it.
you do it. I
You
would
do
never
it
do your job.
even after you work? Oh, hell no. I can't
Yeah,
do it
after you get off,
work.
you hop on and get on stream for a couple hours.
Like, hello, I just finished. I'm like dead inside. Let me go stream. Hell no.
I don't know how to do it either.
Queen shit. That's
I do it sometimes, but
true.
usually I just have like a short day or something,
Mhm.
or take a nap.
Yeah.
I work early, so usually I'm done like pretty early and just take a little nap.
We love naps.
You're right. I used to not like naps, but I kind of came around.
Yeah. Especially when I was little. Fuck naps. Now I'm like, I need nap
Oh, yeah.
time.
There's so many things I used to hate as a kid that I like, that I love now. It's so weird.
Mhm.
The kids just hate everything.
I did used to like applesauce, but I don't like it anymore.
Why? I love applesauce.
Oh no, it just tastes.
I haven't had applesauce in a minute. Oh my god, like strawberry applesauce? Mmm.
Oh, I've never had like
Mmm.
different flavors. I've only had one.
Yeah, oh dude, strawberry applesauce. So fucking good.
It's done. Watch, I have to use. Wait, I may need to get my
Applesauce
controller.
icky. Have good work ethic, so that's probably it. That might be it, yeah.
So
Kids are here to the
tutor
growth, so I'll never
Cole.
have them. That's fair.
That is a sense.
I don't know.
That is crazy.
You don't like applesauce? That's what I said, Miz. Not a huge fan of apples in general? Okay, so
I
that's
like
fair
green
then. That's understandable.
apples.
I'm out. You done made Miz leave.
That's you know, I don't like applesauce. I'm out.
I mean, if you don't like apples, then yeah, it makes sense you wouldn't like applesauce. Of course. It's understandable. More for me, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
you
take
would have
it.
all of it.
I don't really like apples like by himself, to be honest. I do like applesauce.
Dang.
I like apple flavor, like apple juice and stuff. I love apple juice. Chat, apple juice or orange juice? What's better? Thank you for the headbats, Miz. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Orange? Thank you, Cookie. Apple juice is better? We're getting mixed
It depends on my
results.
mood, I guess.
Mixed results, sorry. Homemade applesauce better than store brand. It's not hard to make. Okay. I never tried homemade. I've always bought it like kind of made already.
Yeah. I never made juice. Well, no, I made orange juice before.
Have you? I've never done it where like squeeze the oranges out and stuff.
Yeah, we had like this machine that you would like put the you would cut a orange in half and then put it on top.
I've seen them do it like in videos and stuff. I've never done it
Yeah.
like IRL. I'd be down to try it though.
It do be on me.
I like cranberry juice.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I do not know about
No?
that.
It's a pretty popular like choice.
I know it's good for you, but like the taste.
Yeah, I feel you. How I feel about mango nectar?
Oh, mango nectar! I have that in my fridge, bro.
I've never had it, but I love mango, so it's like, you know, I'm sure I would like it.
It's so good.
There you guys, back to manual labor. Bye, Zeri. Thank you for coming
Good
in.
luck, Zeri.
Yeah, good luck.
Mango nectar is.
Yeah, me too,
delicious.
Melly. I'm sure it is. I love mangoes.
Okay, are you ready? Oh shit!
Oh, yeah,
You're
yeah.
not. Oh no, you're
Um,
okay. You're good.
My ads start in 30 seconds, so I might just wait it
Okay.
out.
You're fine.
I might just wait a sec.
It's alright. You could just. chill.
If you guys are gonna get hit with ads, don't worry. We're not gonna start the game till after.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
The game.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
thank you, Sari. It should be already.
Oh, let me change my game too.
I didn't
Alright,
change
sitting
it to just chatting.
there. Ads are starting in like 5 seconds
Thank
from
you.
my side.
Thank you, Sari. Best mod.
W
Take care.
Zary. And to think you didn't want to give her mod
Oh
at
my
first.
god, it was a bit.
Yeah.
Let it go.
I remember. I
it
remember.
was a bit. Good lord.
You weren't even gonna give it to her. Now it's W mod, best mod.
Oh my god.
It's because I'm right.
It was a bit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, buddy.
Thank you for the high trade.
Okay.
Oh, goof. And the star.
I guess we can set up the game while we're in my ads.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta make sure my volume's all good and everything too.
Yeah. I
Oh, my
like this
controller.
little guy over here.
Which little guy?
On the purple when you open the game.
Oh yeah. Okay. Can you say something real quick?
Da da da.
Okay. Try to make sure my volumes are all good.
I do hate how this game you can't fucking. It does the thing where it goes silent when you exit the game.
You go silent what?
When I exit the game, so I can't see.
Oh, I
my
know. Yeah.
settings. I'm
Annoying.
like, it's nice, I understand. But I'm trying to
Characters are so
stream,
cute, they
I can't
are.
test if the freaking audio is okay or not.
Yeah. Oh, you're right on my controller. Sorry. Let me move you. You're stealing my controller.
Those characters are so cute, I know.
You look like you're about to eat my controller when you talk.
Nom. I take a
Stop.
bite.
I need that. I need it.
Yes,
Wait,
you
no.
are.
I don't want to. I didn't mean to start the intro. I'm sorry, people in ads. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, you started the intro? You didn't even invite me yet.
I don't know if I can from the menu.
It says online co-op.
Mine doesn't say that.
What?
Because you got the companion pass thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, I'll restart. Hold on. And close the game.
I'm
I'll
going
restart.
back to the just chatting screen.
No. I'm gonna invite you. I didn't know if I could from the menu or not.
Did you not read?
I can read. What do you mean?
Yeah,
It said
I'm
new
not saying you
game.
can't read. I'm saying, did you read?
You said what?
Did you read?
Yes, it said new game.
Okay.
That's all it said. It didn't say it was gonna
Do
like
your
start
little
immediately.
Tutorial, whatever.
Okay. I'm not doing the tutorial. I restarted.
You restart.
Because I didn't mean for the cutscene to play yet.
Oh.
It didn't say it was going to.
Well, I
To
mean,
be
if you
completely
click
fair.
start game, it's gonna freaking start. What do you think?
It didn't say start game. It said new game.
It's gonna start even if it says new game.
Okay. Okay.
Is it okay? Is it
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. How do you open like the little Steam overlay when you're in a game? It's like shift and something, right? Or tab. Alt tab. Fuck.
No. I have no idea.
Shift tab.
Oh,
Oh, it is shift tab.
Oh, I just pressed entered.
They say I can't even invite you yet.
Why not?
Shift tab. Thank you, Mogu. Try inviting me since you have the online co-op thing. Because I don't have that.
Hang on. I'm dying. It's fine.
Yeah. Me too.
Is that a yes or to the message? Or
What'd you
just a
message?
yes, we're dying? I sent you a message. Oh.
Oh my. Okay, fuck. Sorry. No. That
No.
is,
Okay,
that is
just
not
this
me.
random person.
I don't know who the hell that is.
No, it's just saying join room and room ID.
Oh, what? I might have to just do the new game thing that I was doing.
And
Then it probably lets me invite you after the little cutscene.
probably.
Okay, let me see. Oh, now I see it. Okay.
Oh my god.
Online co-op.
Wow.
Okay. New room. 2 players. There we go. And then I can invite a friend. Bam. I think I invited you.
Yes, you think.
Cool. Oh, I leaked the code. It's okay. I don't think many people are stream sniping. I don't think people are stream sniping on this game.
We'll see. Hopefully. Yeah. Like that.
Okay. Okay. This is level 1.
Yeah, it's just so cute. Oh, I didn't.
I was gonna say I had
I
your screen
didn't
pulled up.
go
We cannot
over
see
to
it.
the gameplay screen.
We can't see
There
it.
we
L
go.
streamer.
Look how wide.
Okay. You ready?
Let me know if the audio is bad or anything because I can't tell with the game audio because it's lovely.
I need to turn my game audio down a little bit
I don't
for
think
the
it's that
stream.
loud. It's not loud for me, so it should be okay.
I think it's mine was like louder than you, like your voice.
Oh no. I am DL.
Okay. I need just my volume in game. Oh god. Hello, Space Helper bots. Let me get you ready for your mission on the blue planet. Try to raise your left legs. Oh god, it's one of these games? Oh fuck.
Wee! Hey, speed!
Good work, keep it up. How oh, do I gotta... Oh.
Oh.
Fuck this controller. Fuck these controls.
God.
I need to turn my audio down. Holy shit. I'm gonna turn it down like half.
You got this. Your right
Lift your right leg and touch the yellow marks. Oh, this is gonna be horrible.
It's gonna be great. Please, oh god, we can't. Try to move around. Why do we have to use both of these? Oh my god.
This is horrible.
What am I doing?
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
This is going to be such a wonderful time.
Okay.
Follow
you.
Right, left.
That's easier said than done. Sometimes you have Octodad, that's exactly what it reminds me of.
Left,
Damn, I'm zooming.
right. Hello?
Damn it, I can't go.
I can't.
Come to me, I'm already here.
Wait, damn. Okay.
Damn, I'm zooming.
Can
Nova.
you freaking not be there, please?
I'm just trying to walk. I'm walking back and forth.
the other way. There's like so much space.
I was walking back and forth before you got there.
Well, you could have moved.
Grab.
Oh no.
Raise your leg to touch the balls, then pull to open it. Okay, we gotta touch the balls. Why are you laughing about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you laughing?
Not laughing. Not laughing. Not
Okay.
funny.
Okay.
What's the
Now we're walking.
dots for, Melody?
From this point on, you're on your own. Yeah, GG.
It's so over.
Dude, the like coin sound effects is so loud.
It is, yeah.
I don't know if it's just me.
It's loud.
Holy shit.
Oh god, I'm gonna walk off the edge. Freaking. I'm walking here. I'm walking here. What the hell is your problem?
My bad. Sorry. Wrong button. Ow, you fucker.
What the fuck? I'll like get to walking and then I don't.
You're gonna take you already know how to walk? Nah.
No, we don't. We need the tutorial again. We need a better control.
How you doing, Paradox?
Actually. Welcome, Paradox.
Now let's skate. Yeah, we're gonna skate? What do you mean?
No,
Don't
remember
remember
how to skate? All the way down to start
Push
skating.
all the way down to start
Oh,
skating?
That's
What
actually,
the fuck?
I like the skating a lot better, actually.
That's kind of easier than walking, right?
Yeah, it is.
I'd rather skate than walk. Oh, that's way easier. I'm about to just skate. I'm about to just skate the whole game.
We ain't walking no more, we're skating.
Ready for STYLO to take over. What do you mean?
What are you talking? Huh? This is teamwork.
Paradox, you weren't supposed to tell her.
What?
I'm kidding.
Uh-huh. What is
You're
that?
leaving the coins. The walking is so fucking goofy. Oh my gosh.
I thought you said you're gonna skate.
Not bad. Damn.
I don't understand.
What does this thing do?
Put a leg down.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
It's not doing
mind,
anything.
I guess not. Maybe the blue coin.
Oh, shit.
It's a mini game. Great. That's lovely.
Got it. Ah. Oh, I'm zooming. Damn.
Oh my god, what is this, Mario?
We all knew this. It's fine. Did we?
We all knew this. What?
Who was we?
What is this? I'm so confused.
I don't know. Probably not important.
Probably not important. It is probably very important.
I don't think so. I'm on it. Do we gotta stand on it?
Maybe. Oh my god.
Take your time. Take your time.
What? Your mouth. I can't focus.
Take your time. No. Okay. Are we missing something?
I'm telling you, that thing is probably important.
Was this always here?
No. I don't remember.
Ow.
Oh,
This is
wait,
mine.
maybe you need to be on the circle and I need to be on the square.
I was on the circle
No, you...
last time. Fuck. Huh? Is this important?
It probably is. Oh my god.
It's not doing anything.
Confusion. We're already confused. Oh, what is that?
Can we not be like a certain distance apart?
Probably.
I didn't know that.
That's terrible.
Maybe stand on your square one down there and I stand on the circle one up here.
Maybe.
Why would they make it like that though?
I don't know.
No.
Why are y'all throwing?
I was say, why y'all throwing shit? Do I need to be on the square? Well, yeah, look at our colors.
Maybe.
But I'm a circle shape though.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Let's try it up here.
Wait.
Ow! Oh my god, we
Oh
gotta be
my
on our
god,
color.
it was the freaking
I thought it was our shape. Yeah, this is gonna be a long. This is gonna be a long stream.
We gonna be here a while. Grab. Why are we grabbing it?
Gotta grab the balls.
Wait. Oh, they said no more.
Gather around me. Sure, buddy.
Wait. Oh my god.
You gotta gather around him.
Can you wait for me to get up there?
I'm waiting and skating.
I wasn't even fully up there yet.
He was ready to go. Congratulations, you've completed all the tuning. Captain Nap just called and gave you the green light. I don't know who that is, but thank you, Captain Nap. Head to Earth and restart all the beacons. Galaxy travelers are counting on you to relight Earth ASAP. Go, chosen ones. Why are we the chosen ones?
I did not sign up for this.
I did not either. Why would they make it color coded instead of shape coded?
I have no idea.
Oh, there we go.
What's
Now you
the
can see the
other
cutscene.
buttons for, bro?
I don't know.
We did it.
6%. What?
6%.
Oh god, they got time limits and shit? Oh no.
Oh no, it's over.
Oh no. Play more of a challenge, the game difficulty can be increased?
No,
yeah,
do
we're
normal.
gonna keep that the same. Level 2. The background is pretty, it was kinda nice.
It is.
I liked how it looked.
Ooh, this background's pretty too.
Reach the power source, okay. So I assume it's gonna be like different objectives since it's saying reach the power source right now.
Who are you?
Oh god, I was reading.
Welcome, Alliance heroes. Thank you for responding to our distress signal. The core of our planet has sustained damage. Now the elemental powers of this world are becoming more and more unbalanced with each passing moment. You are our only hope. Why us?
Okay.
I am the shaman.
I am. Oh.
Let me speak. Damn. I am the shaman.
My bad.
One of the chosen few keepers of this planet technologies. I'll teach you everything you need to know to save our planet and restore its balance.
Thank you, shaman.
We'll have to restore the flow of energy generated by the core in order to proceed. To do that, move the core to the right spot. Good luck. I'll see you all later. Bye.
Bye, shaman.
Thank you, shaman.
Gambler disappeared. Okay. Grab. We gotta grab the carrot. I'm stuck. Never mind.
Oh,
ow!
What the fuck?
What the? We can't hit each other with the.
That's crazy.
Oh
It's
god.
over
Okay, so you
now.
go. You go first.
Oh, we supposed to grab. Okay. We gotta. I don't know what the carrot is.
I think it just gives you coins.
Barrel. We don't need it.
I do.
Thank God for the barriers. Oh, thank God.
Okay, easy enough. I thought we were gonna take it like
did
far.
it.
Ow.
Okay, it's that thing again.
What thing? I don't know what this does. I don't get it. It didn't do anything last time.
Yeah, I don't know.
You want to go one way and then I'll do the other?
Yeah, I'll go this way.
Which way?
Left.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
Can you wait? Damn!
I'm waiting. Oh, it fucking put me right next to you.
Yes, that's why I told you to wait.
You should have sent it.
Gosh.
I could have made that.
You were just speeding through. Oh,
Hey, don't want to be rude, but I'm going to keep you all's background noise. No worries, Frosty. If I got supposed to give me shit, you're good, bro. Lock in. You're good. Appreciate you being here.
Lock in.
Great job. Now, instead of taking the long way around, why don't you cross the other side through the air? Through the air?
Why would we do that?
It's not as hard as it might seem. Show me how.
Show me how. Here we go.
Grab the thing. Okay.
Oh, we.
Oh God.
It's going to be great.
What if we bump into each other?
It's over. Just don't bump into each other.
Like you're not gonna do it.
I'm not me. I didn't do it
Yeah,
on
you.
purpose, bro.
I would never do anything like that.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Let's grab one of the hang glider and meet you on the other side. Why don't you just teleport? Okay. Why don't you just teleport us over
They
there,
said
dog?
no teleporting. Oh my
Okay, let's
god,
open
I
this
just
thing.
fell off.
What the fuck? Okay.
You
Let's
know
grab
what?
this thing.
What's that?
Ow.
I'm still getting the control. Leave me alone.
Take your time. What is bro grabbing?
You said take your time and then you make a comment. You're just
Bro,
lying.
grab the air.
Lying.
Okay. Which one do you want?
I'll take the.
Do you, Mira?
I'm not doing it
I'll
on
do this.
purpose. The controls are whack.
Are you on controller?
Yes.
Okay, me too. Just checking.
L. We.
I mean L.
Don't go too far. They're gonna freaking send us back again.
I'm not even that far. I want that.
Forget about it.
Oh, we can't even bump into each other anyway. I tried. That was a ride. I hope y'all enjoyed it. It sucked. Synergy is key no matter what kind of challenge you're facing. Yeah, Mira. Synergy is key.
Wow, synergy.
Good luck, heroes. And may synergy be with yeah. May synergy be with you.
May synergy be with you. May the force be with you.
Wait, what's the pumpkin do? That's more points.
Okay.
Damn! I didn't mean to throw that. It did it by itself. It did that by. I promise you it did.
Sure. Okay, we ready?
I think we gotta walk fast on this.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna disappear.
Let's go.
Oh, never mind. We're
If I
good.
could walk. I'm stuck.
Can I not walk on yours? Oh,
Great. Thanks.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So rude.
I wanted to see what it did.
I keep getting stuck there. Guess we have to walk. There we go.
I wanted to see what it did.
You know, curiosity killed the cat. Why am I stuck? Hello? Are you stuck? Or am I just frozen? Hello? Hello? STYLO? Oh, is it my Wi-Fi? No, it looks fine. My bitrate looks fine. Room was closed. Oh no! Oh no. Mirror time. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Cookie. Hi, Melody. What happened? Did it die? It died? His stream died? I was wondering because I got frozen. And I was like, what happened? Where did he go? Hello? He's still in calls. It's okay, STYLO. If I just shit itself. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. It's alright. Don't worry about it. We'll have new internet soon. Yes. Let's jump to Wi-Fi. We should jump to Wi-Fi. Huh. We should jump to Wi-Fi before the new one comes. I don't know why that was so hard. Just use data. Wait. Oh my god, Frosty. I'm gonna go back to the chatting stream for a bit. Sorry, I know it's bright. Should I change the transition? I was looking at transitions. Like yesterday as well. I might change it to like an ocean or something because I feel like that one's really bright. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Now we just wait for STYLO to come back. It is a-okay. Ocean transition would be cute. I know. And it like fits the theme because I'm a siren, you know? And everything. How are y'all? How are y'all? Oh, we're back? We're back? STYLO?
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Hey, sorry, bro. I was sitting there talking. I thought you crashed.
I think we both crashed actually because my Wi-Fi was like in game. It was like you know the little Wi-Fi signal thing was red, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. It was weird. My internet like completely shut down. Like, instead of like the usual like the bit rate or whatever, it just completely shut off.
Oh god.
Yeah.
It's like they knew
Yeah.
you were replacing it.
I know. They're like, oh, you're getting new internet? Fuck you. Okay, let me see.
Welcome
Let me
back.
make sure.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let me make sure all my stuff is back up. Are we still in shared chat or no?
No, it ended.
Okay, cool. Let me see. They want to go with a bang. They did. They did, Melody.
A bang, literally.
Let's see. I'll just do the invite on Discord again.
Okay. It's party time. Let's go.
There we go. All right. It
Try
should be all
this
good to
again.
go now. Let's try again. Sorry, guys.
It's
I done told you
alright.
about my internet.
Do not apologize. It's out of your control.
Okay. So let me pull the game back up. Then re-invite you.
What did you eat for lunch? Anyway, I'm
Oh, I made
curious.
some chicken sandwiches.
Ooh, yummy.
Classic.
Classic. Oh, I think that link
My usual.
expired. Did the link expire?
Did it expire?
I hope. Oh, it is invalid. Why? I
You broke
wonder
it.
why. Me?
Yeah, you. It's your server.
I did nothing. I don't know why it's invalid. Here, I'll
All
drop a
right.
link for you.
Yeah, I kind of told them you were doing the
Hidden.
the
Okay.
movie night.
Hang on. Cookie. What?
I kind of leaked it earlier that you're doing a
I
movie
got
night.
you, Cookie. Hopefully that one works. It should work. Yeah, that one works.
It should work.
And what was I doing? Oh, right. Wrong room ID. What? Hang on. Can you send it again? It does. Yay.
Cool.
Hello. I'm waiting for your invite.
You're still waiting?
Yes, I asked you to send it again. It said wrong room code. Oh my.
It says you're in my room.
No. Well, I'm not.
You're in my room right now.
I'm not. You have to send it
Okay.
again.
Let me make a new room. Bro's literally in my room.
Room closed.
I just closed it.
Well, it didn't even show I was in it. It just showed
You were
the
on my
yellow
screen.
screen.
Nah, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my god. What do you think I'm doing? Oh my. That was pissing me
Oh
off.
my god,
And it's only been 46 minutes.
now my computer's just suffering. It's cool. That's great. It's my life just falling apart.
It is what it is.
It's fine. I'm getting new computer parts, new internet, everything.
Oh, you're building one?
I got a new CPU and GPU on the way. Yeah, so hopefully. Sty, what's up, babe? What happened?
Going back to the sharing screen while we wait. Oh, here it is.
You and Mira lock in. We're trying.
It says wrong room code again. What the?
It says you're in my room.
Let me quit and then open the game again.
Oh, let me do that actually.
For some reason, it's just like
it might be me.
It's stuck on like the orange screen.
Whenever it says you're in the room whenever you join.
Well, I don't see anything. I don't know what to say.
I do. I don't know what to tell you. I was talking when I see you, Mira and stuff. Have a great day. Bye, babe.
Bye, Amy.
Have a good day at work.
Take care.
Hopefully work is better than yesterday.
Thank you, Melody. What is that melody? I keep thinking of that freaking meme. I'm sorry, Melody.
Bro, it's not Sigma. If it's not better, I'm gonna jump you, Sty. What the fuck?
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Okay, ready?
I am ready.
Is your game showing?
Yeah. Oh, no,
okay.
It's not.
See?
Shut up.
So you weren't ready. You lied to me.
Shut up. Okay, I'm ready now, for real.
Okay. Okay, we already did level 1. Level 2.
We don't need the tutorial again.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, just checking.
Don't piss me off.
Okay, skip.
Skip, we already read all this.
Speed run.
Speed run.
I got stuck on a rock.
Can you leave me alone? Damn.
Sorry.
So rude. For what?
My bad. You know, you're right.
What?
Should be a little nicer.
What?
Huh?
What did you say?
I said you're right. I should be a little nicer.
Are you sure that's what you said? I don't know. You could be lying.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Ow, motherfucker.
Speed. It's not this time. Go to the other one, the fuck?
My bad. I was bumping you real quick.
So mean.
You did it to me earlier.
No, I didn't.
Thank you, stream.
Not on purpose.
Thank you, stream elements. STYLO cast is now live. Thank you. I want it. I'm greedy. Why is stream elements so late? It's always late.
That's true.
Ducky, thank you for the hydrate. I got you in a second. Imposter check.
You can
I'm
hide-
sitting up. I promise.
You can drink water now.
Promise. I'm drinking it right now. And thank you for the flip cookie.
Flip.
Thank you. Help me get my energy. So what do we do here? Do I need to go? Oh, it changed.
Ah.
It changed color. What the fuck?
Maybe we both need to be on it.
Maybe.
I go left, you go right.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, let's go. Motherfucker.
God damn it.
Can you? Okay.
When I put 1 foot on it, it changed color. Maybe put like 1 foot, and then it would change to my color.
Oh god.
We gotta do 1 step at a time.
What is
Oh,
this? A Jordan
God.
Sparks song? Where are you going? Oh shit,
Mira.
my bad.
God damn it. It's all your fault.
I'm sorry.
I deserve that.
Steps.
Sorry, what's happening? Oh, you know.
STYLO sabotage.
I'm distracted. Me? You messed it up. I was doing good.
Were you?
Yes. I'm distracted again. No worries, Ducky. I fucked up.
Motherfucker.
That was me. That was me.
Oh shit, my bad.
What the fuck?
I don't know. What?
What even happened right
I don't know.
What the fuck happened right there?
I have no idea. What? Oh fuck. I guess it wasn't. Let me step closer.
There we go. Oh, Ren, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
Ren!
Wait, isn't Ren the one that did that art?
Yes!
Bro, that
was
shit was so
great.
good.
It was fire.
So good.
Love all
Thank you
of
for the follow,
Ren's
Ren.
art. I'm back.
Do I need to... Hold on.
Oh, mother! Okay,
I'm
fuck
sorry.
you. Now how am I supposed to
thought
do
I would-
this?
I need to come back. Do we need to hop off at the same time?
Probably.
What the fuck was that? What do you mean, Ducky?
We're
have to make a
trying our
stream.
best,
Thank you,
Ren.
Ren. That pissed me off. It's the game. It wasn't me. It was not me.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Where am I going? Oh fuck. Oh
Mira.
my god. I just Wait, just stay there, stay there. And,
I am, I'm not
walk
moving.
back. Yeah. Fuck, wait.
Okay.
I walked too fast. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're trying our best.
Maybe if we switch
Ren.
sides. Let me walk on this side.
Okay, fine.
What the fuck? Why did you do that?
It was an accident. I didn't mean to go that far.
I'm a little grumpy because I took a walk and now I'm tired. So you get grumpy, Ducky? Take a nap, Ducky. Perhaps.
What the fuck?
Ow. That wasn't me, that was you.
That was literally. Okay.
See? Take your time. No naps? Why not? Are you a nap hater?
Nap hater.
Are you a nap non-believer? I've had too many naps lately. I feel you.
Oh fuck.
Let's go.
Yay!
Let's go.
We did
Ooh.
it.
First try.
Y'all. Gonna freaking throw
First
that
try.
shit at me.
I'm not. I told you I didn't throw it on purpose before.
Sure.
I'm serious.
Are we gonna get this thing?
I don't know if I need that or not, but
Okay, fine.
oh, this is like a balloon.
What the heck is going on?
Oh, did we grab? Did you want to grab this thing?
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant the box.
My wife.
Damn it. Are you good?
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, I get this. Oh, come on. Bruh.
There you go.
Oh.
There be no worries, Melody.
Whee.
No worries.
Water ball
challenge?
What the fuck is it? Oh, are we playing soccer? Oh, sorry. Football. What the? How did you do that?
One of your legs has like a water gun on it. The right leg. Oh, I'm cooking.
I don't normally use.
Are you gonna take my coins?
I did it on purpose. It was for us.
Yes. Oh shit!
Wait, you have to go at the same time. There we go.
I tried. Oh, you're fast. Great job. Made a balance be with you. Thank you. Synergy will open the way to the other side.
The other side.
Say that a little louder, please. See you later, heroes. Heroes.
We're
We're heroes?
heroes. Okay.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Hello? Whoa.
Hi, Aki. Hi, Silver. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Welcome in.
Hello. Let's see.
Am I going nap? I told you, Ducky. You should take a nap.
Take a nap. Never.
You should. I don't know why you're so against it.
Naps are great.
Almost fell asleep on a bus ride home? Yeah, you need a nap, dog. If you're at that point, it's like...
Yeah. What the fuck?
What?
I don't like
You changed roles by pressing LT? Ow, Aki, what the fuck?
I don't like this.
Why?
What
Would you
the
rather walk?
fuck? No.
No? See? Thank you, Aki, for
I am...
every redeem I have. Thank you. Thank you for
for
the rain, kaboom, flip, bonk, throw, and sticky note.
Hell yeah, Aki, hell yeah.
What can you do? Can you, like, grab stuff?
I guess so. That's probably what I need to do.
Let me test it.
Hello? Why is it
Grab
not
it.
grabbing? I am grabbing!
Are you?
Yes! What do you think? Freaking... Oh.
Let's
I
try
think
this
we
one.
fucked. Yeah, let's try the other
Try
one.
this one.
There we go.
There you go.
I don't
We
know
just
why
fucked
the
up on the
didn't
other
wanna
one.
go. Into the
I guess put it
hole you go.
in here. I don't want to get sucked in. Can you, like... There you go. How's it funny, man? I'm good. I'm good. How you guys doing? Hope y'all are well.
We need the other freaking
We gotta grab this other
box.
cube somehow. I had a big delay. No worries, Aki. I appreciate the 15 string streak.
Why is it? Try the other way. The other side.
Like this side? I'm trying.
is it not
I'm gonna fall.
going?
I'm
Maybe
gonna
I
fall.
need to reset.
Never mind. Nah,
You just
you
pushed it
reached it.
more. Oh
You did
my.
that. You have the arms.
No.
I'm
That's what I got.
okay.
We're restarting. Oh, the
We don't
box
gotta
doesn't
restart.
restart. Are you kidding me?
Here, let me try to grab it.
Okay, go.
See,
Oh,
it's a
there
skill
you
issue.
go.
There, there you grab it.
Oh, Ed started
Grab it.
30.
Grab,
Hang on.
grab it.
Okay,
I thought it wasn't gonna come back.
let's run. Well,
I was so concerned.
Why is it not? Okay. Can we go the other side?
Mira,
I am. It's not grabbing.
are you? Oh
It's not grabbing.
my foot is stuck. There you go.
I don't know why it's not grabbing.
Let me grab it.
I don't understand. You're
Why
just
am I able to
using-
grab it immediately?
You're just using the. Oh, maybe the color again. But
Oh,
able
you're
to-
right. I think it is the color. I'm sorry. I'm sitting there blaming you. I think it was the color.
No, ballerina cappuccino.
No, no, no,
What do you mean no?
no, 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 no.
Why not? Where are you going?
My bad. I was trying to see what was over there.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Throw out a pumpkin, maybe?
Oh.
Can you grab that?
Can you move a little? Oh, we go.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, no. Wait.
Can I pass it to you?
No. Put it down.
No.
Oh, come on. The other one. I'm so
Hold on.
confused.
I think I got this.
Maybe
Can you grab these or no?
box. There we go. How do you throw it though?
I just fling like the little joystick.
Oh, what the
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh, you
guess
just
we have to-
slingshot us.
I got it.
Damn. Okay.
Maybe try the other one.
Do you hold it maybe?
Hold it. Ah. What does the green mean?
That means you can grab it, I think.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry.
Fuck. Okay, never mind.
This way.
Oh, fuck. Okay, look.
And like a
Oh,
oh,
no.
almost. No, we almost had that shit.
Oh,
Oh, never
yeah,
mind. I
we
counted
got
before.
here. Thank God.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I don't like whatever that effect is.
Whatever what thing is.
When you walk over here?
Huh? What? It's a
Oh,
little.
this little thing. Purple.
Yeah. I like purple.
It's not about the color. It's about the effect.
It's what brought us out of the little combo thingy.
Oh, we have to bring these
Oh,
damn
God.
thing again. Make it slower or... Fuck. It's fine.
We can't bump.
Ugh. Fuck you, STYLO.
I
That was
just
your
said we
fault.
can't bump.
That
Then
was
you bumped
your
into me.
fault, and then you bumped
I said we
me.
can't bump, and then you roll right into me.
You literally were the one.
You're gonna blame me?
It's not my fault.
Oh, okay. It's never accountability.
What?
It's always straight to blaming me.
What?
It's crazy.
I literally was just being honest.
I know. I'm just fucking with you. Don't bum me.
I bumped into the wall.
What the fuck happened?
I bumped into the wall.
Oh, I thought we just couldn't bump into each other.
I guess we can't do either.
Let me see. I bumped into the wall.
The fence.
I bumped into the fence.
Well, I don't know why I died then.
See, I'm hitting the fence.
I don't know, man.
Why are these balls so slow?
I don't know. Would you rather them be fast?
Kinda.
What the
Dude,
What? I don't
why is it doing that?
I don't know.
You barely touched it. I saw that shit.
I don't know. Hello? I
The
can't
pink
fucking
cat. What's up,
move.
Frosty? It's been so long. It's been forever. How you been, Frosty?
I hope you are well, Frost.
Frosty, I thought you were locking on your assignment.
Maybe it ain't finished.
Okay, my fault. You're right. I am? Okay, good.
Oh my god. Oh my
Mira. What the fuck? I've been locked in good. Good shit. 80%? Damn, okay.
Okay.
Why did I die?
Slay.
Wait, is it our distance? Hold on, let me test it real quick.
I think that was also a distance thing, yeah.
'Cause that wasn't all the way.
Could also be a time
No.
thing. I hope not.
Because the distance just respawned us.
I don't know.
Timing? Let's try to wait a second, see. I think it is a timing thing. Look at the colors.
What colors?
They get like darker orange on the balls.
Oh. What?
Yeah, okay.
No, they explode.
So we just gotta hurry up. Alright, let's go.
Okay, go. Or not. I got stuck.
Mira.
Can you wait? Damn.
There's a time limit.
I know there is.
I don't want to explode.
I don't want to explode either.
Watch out.
Hey, we did it first try.
You almost bumped into me.
I didn't.
Oh.
Oh, the break. Oh, what is this? I think you can only cross this as pink.
Okay.
Oh, it's this
another one of these.
bullshit again.
It's not bad.
It's spinning, so
turns.
we have to go fast. Hello? Hello? I'm stuck.
Mira, climb up.
Oh no. Oh, this is going terrible. I'm not moving. Why? Wait. Oh fuck. Oh, at least it doesn't
Fuck.
fucking...
Fuck.
Where are you going?
I was trying to walk
What
side.
the
Fuck.
fuck?
I was trying to walk sideways instead of stepping off it, because it
Oh.
would have fucked you up.
What the fuck? Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I meant to do that.
Let's...
Ow! You fucking bumped me into it.
Oh, what happened? Maybe I need to back up. Oh, okay. Just push me off.
There you go.
Why don't you?
You did it to me.
That was an accident.
Why does it have to turn?
Where the fuck am I going? Fuck that star, I don't want. What the
What? I didn't step.
No one's dead. There might also be a freaking timing thing again. I hope
Maybe.
not.
How?
What?
We're not even doing anything.
I don't know. Oh fuck, okay, my bad.
Good.
Okay.
Fuck.
We're walking.
Walking is hard.
Walking is so hard.
Ow, you stuck
Move
my
your
head.
Big...
Motherfucker.
Move your big head out of the way.
God damn it. My head was not in the way, and it's not big.
No way. Oh, we're fucked.
How? Why did it change?
I don't know.
This is only level 2.
For real. We walk over here. What?
Dude, it changed colors and then changed right back.
Immediately. Oh.
You good?
No, we go.
Bro froze.
What?
Ah, I lived.
No one was even on it. Ew.
Why are
You're
you
gone,
stuttering, Frosty?
Yay. At least someone's
Why are
happy.
you stuttering?
Hey, leave me alone. You see what happens?
Oh, ad started. Sorry, guys. If you're on ads, I apologize. You're not missing nothing, don't worry.
No, for real, we're gonna be here a while.
But does it have to turn? I feel like that's the main problem.
Yeah. What the f-
Sorry.
You're not sorry.
I am. Ow.
Oh my... Bro.
Dude, this is it's like it's just not working.
I guess not.
It'd be one thing if it worked, but it's like
Why are you so close, bro?
I'm trying to move. Can only do one step at a time. Sound like Chris
I'm
Brown?
gonna frickin'
I don't know if I get the reference.
fall off.
Mira,
I'm trying.
god damn it. I'm dead.
Come back. Oh my god, you knocked me off. For what?
I know, I did it on purpose. You deserve that.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
You deserve that too. Are you ready? Or are you still trying to knock me in? Can you scooch over a little?
Ah. There.
Thank you.
Oh fuck.
I believe I don't, Mogu.
Thank you, Moku.
Thank
Moku,
you.
the only
Thank you for
believer.
believing, though.
Oh my god. I'll walk back to the middle.
There, we got this.
Can you like wait?
I'm waiting. I'm not gonna go yet.
Good.
I should. if you're gonna
Do not.
have that attitude.
It's teamwork,
If it's like
remember?
that.
Oh,
What even happened? Like,
I
why?
think we have to do it before the star comes all the way around.
Dude.
Get ready. How
Let
do
me change
stop
color again.
moving so fast?
No, it's changing. It will change color and then change like immediately right back. So like I'm already taking the step and then it changes.
Ow! Just kicking my face.
We gotta go this way.
Oh, we're cooked.
No, we're not.
Oh fuck. We are not. I am not. Help.
Oh, I
Come
thought it would
back
low-key do
here.
one of those things where it's like if I make it, it'll both of us make it. Hey Napalm, how you doing?
Fuck.
Damn it.
Welcome in, welcome in. We've been here for like 30 minutes, it feels like.
I would say we've been stuff around this one part. This is only level 2 of this game. How you been, Napalm? No thanks.
What the fuck?
Ow. Thank you for the head pass, Miyamoto. Love to hear it suffering at uni, I feel you. Hopefully it gets easier.
Okay. One step. Two step. Three. Oh fuck.
No, it was mine.
It's taking. It changed real fast.
I told you, but no. You wanna blame me? Okay.
That's what you sound like.
Whatever. How? I'm standing still.
I don't know.
This is so stupid.
Wait. One step.
I'm not going. Lock in? We're locked in. It's literally just
We are locked in.
breaks,
You know we're locked
breaks
in
by
when it gets
itself half
real
the time.
quiet.
Half the time the colors just go off.
It's because we're not fast enough.
Because you're not fast enough. I'm zooming.
I'm not fast enough. Okay, I tried my best.
You're good.
We're almost there. Fuck. I fucked it. What the fuck?
Let's go.
I fucked it. Oh.
There we go. We're good. We're good. Hell yeah.
Oh.
Now what?
Okay, now what?
Oh,
there's a
shit.
thing. I hate walking. Are you serious?
There you go. Hell yeah.
Yippee. Oh, no, it's terrible.
Well done. Only took like 30
Thank
minutes.
you, Mogu, for believing in us.
Yeah, Mogu, you believed. Appreciate it. Pog, thank you, Napalm. We finally made it to the power inverter. I'm not an electrician. I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Stand on the buttons to activate the device. Sure. Why doesn't the shaman do any of this shit?
I don't know.
Why are we doing
We're
everything?
the heroes, apparently. Fucking move.
Whatever.
Can you go on your button? Damn.
My bad.
Glowing forest.
Ooh.
What the hell?
I wonder what like hard mode would be like. Would it be like
I
more of a
don't-
time limit?
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know either.
12%.
Say that you're bad at. Say that you're bad at Biped me too. I'm not. I'm the greatest Biped player that's ever lived.
You're just never happy. I am happy sometimes.
Sometimes.
I'm gonna get some water. It will be back.
Okay. No worries. Unfortunately, I want to drink the battery you made during our lab, so a dip. You'll have fun. I hope the battery tastes good, Napalm. Have a good one. Can you go on the button? I know. I'm just sitting here like I ain't even doing nothing, man. I'm actually grabbing another water too and go to the bathroom real quick, y'all. So give me like 2 seconds, chat. Not literally 2 seconds. Give me like maybe 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Good talk, Frosty. Good talk. My day wasn't too bad though. Hope yours was good. Besides like the assignments and shit.
Back.
Welcome back.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, hell no. This looks terrible. Just
No,
looking at
it
it.
didn't look that bad. We first try this. Be in like 5 minutes.
Sure.
What do you mean sure? You sound so
I don't
doubtful.
believe.
Pretty zeros. You activated the first inverter. 15
more? Oh lord, we all have a
15
series,
more.
STYLO.
Colin message the robots can't fly, go on, help each other up. How are we gonna do that? Oh nah. You expect me to trust Mira enough to do this? Alright. Good luck, yeah, thanks. Gonna need that. See y'all later? You might not. You might not see us later. Welcome back, Melody.
Welcome back, Melody. STYLO's not trusting me, don't worry. Fine, I'll fly
Fine.
first then.
You want it? Okay.
But you don't trust me.
You don't trust Mira? I never said that. She's putting words in my mouth.
You literally did say that, actually. Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
fun. Wee. Bong
That's not my
button,
color.
bruh.
My bad.
What
They got a
am I
watermelon.
on?
No!
No, I want a melon.
I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't mean to.
I live watermelon. It's delicious. Not my favorite, but it's still good. just bounce
Bro,
it. I
hold
don't
on,
even
damn.
care about the freaking points. Come on. Thank you.
I'm working on it.
Watermelon.
If I pulled you a sword, I agree. Or kind of fell off though, unfortunately. They got like watermelon and eggplant in here or something.
Ew, I hate eggplant.
I do too. My mom likes it. I don't.
Yeah. Wrong button.
Sorry.
Okay.
Trampolines looks like so much fun. It is look fun. Not gonna lie.
We still never figured out what this is. Probably like
Ow.
a hint, I feel.
Maybe. Maybe if you
No,
fail
this
enough, they
is-
like.
What
see?
the hell?
What the fuck?
I think we have. Oh.
Sorry. Can I touch this? Ah.
Oh.
Okay. Do we gotta touch it like the same time, maybe?
Probably. Oh,
Oh, we
have
gotta
to
charge
activate
the-
these.
Uh,
Oh, great. Good job, STYLO.
you did that.
You. Oh my god. Look what you
Okay,
did.
we had to restart anyway.
Look
We
at
had to
what you
restart
did.
anyway. We had to restart
left,
anyway.
Left.
You had to stay on opposite sides.
Fine.
Oh, we disconnected. Sorry. So we can't go too far apart.
Oh,
Mira.
Fuck.
We almost had that though.
Almost. Okay. Oh, these ones are already.
Oh, they're
set.
already activated. Cool.
Yes.
Why are you going so slow? There, we're good. Yeah.
Yay. Wee. Wee. Okay, too much wee. Too much.
Why are we still connected?
I
Never
don't
mind.
know.
I don't find a way to make more stressful melody. Isn't it always stressful or chaotic when it's a collab? Yeah, you're right.
It is. Especially with STYLO. Hell no, it's crazy.
Crazy. Do you want to be the legs or you want to be the grabber?
Let me grab her, I guess.
Shield?
Ooh.
Oh, you gotta protect us.
Oh my god. How do I? Oh.
No pressure.
Huh? Do we not? Huh?
There you
I
go.
guess it's
Protect
only
us.
one leg.
Oh, I gotta put in the fucking code.
STYLO.
Oh no. Is there 2 circles or am I tripping?
Huh? What's your
On the
question?
ground. Is there 2 circles on the ground or am I
circles.
mistaken? Yeah, you see the symbols on the floor?
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, there's 2 circles.
Okay, cool. Just checking. I know if one was like slightly different or.
Okay, you gotta press it in order.
I am. Fuck.
No, you're not.
I tried to. Circle, square, triangle,
Circle.
circle,
Square, and then circle.
square, circle.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Never a doubt in my mind.
Uh-huh.
Did y'all buy anything in the shop using the coins? Can you do that?
You can buy things?
Moga, have you played this game? Sorry.
Oh, we have to do this, the big thing. Okay. Circle.
Not a circle.
Oh.
I think
You wanna walk?
maybe one of us goes,
You wanna walk?
and then
You're already walking. Oh shit! Timing!
square.
Oh, we're cooked.
Mira.
Going.
Triangle.
Triangle.
Circle.
Circle.
Square. Triangle.
Look at us go.
We're good. We're good. Ah!
Oh no, we're not. We're not good, actually.
We were good, but it blew me off at the end. We're good. We're good. We have that.
Square. Triangle. Circle. could customize? Ooh.
Can you? I have now, but I saw y'all can customize your rope. Ooh, okay. You might check that out after the level. Okay, I'm gonna wait a sec for the fan to go. Okay. Okay, now we gotta do it again.
Oh god.
You ready?
Hey, circle. Fuck. Square. Oh fuck. Oh fuck,
Mira?
sorry. I can't walk.
What is we doing?
I can't walk. Walking hard.
I'm on the circle.
Circle.
There you go.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Square. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
I'm on the square's on, okay.
Oh shit. This is. Hello? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay. Hello? Hello? Square. Fuck.
No, Mira.
Ah!
No, I thought you were ready.
I thought I was.
We got it, we got it, we got it.
Just give us a moment. Fuck. I'm just wide-legged today. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Fuck. Fuck.
You're good, you're good. Relax.
Let me walk
Relax.
this way. Oh, no, or not. Or
Why?
not. Or not.
Why? Why did you walk that way?
I was trying to walk more this way.
So, question: I'm presenting a project for school tomorrow, and it's about the history of World War II. I don't know how I can keep honestly active in gas and questions. Any tips? I mean, it's kind of hard with school because you know a lot of people just don't. A lot of students don't pay attention when it comes to that
They
stuff.
don't care.
They don't care.
They really
So
don't.
it's like
Is
there's
it
no
like
really good way.
Frosty? Do
Okay.
they have to? Is that like part of your grade? How?
Yeah, do you have to like ask questions? I know I had some teachers like that in school, where, like you had to ask questions and stuff.
Nope,
I'm gonna say
nope,
if you don't
nope.
get it, fuck you.
Oh.
Good.
Okay. Wait, guys! Oh
What am
my
I waiting
god,
for?
why don't you? Oh,
Wait for what?
STYLO!
Wait for what am I waiting for? You're on
Waiting
it.
for me to get to the freaking edge, please, so that I
Okay,
can
I'm
walk.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you were ready.
No, please.
I thought you were there.
No. I
Freaking
get
dingus.
extra
All right.
points. I don't know, man. If they're active, they're active. If not, you know.
Yeah.
I would say look, pay attention to the others people presenting. See what they're doing.
Yeah,
If
that's true.
people ask questions. See if that helps.
Very true.
Wait.
waiting.
Wait. Oh
I waited.
my god. Can you press the triangle and the circle at the same time? Or not?
I tried to, and it just won't. I pressed them at the same time, and it will only activate one.
Can you try it now?
Triangle and square.
Yes. No, triangle and circle. No. Damn.
No. See?
Damn. Why? I wonder why. That's so stupid.
Oh, no.
I'm trying, Rosie. I'm trying.
You're good.
This game is hard. Okay, I'm ready. Ready. Are we ready? Fuck. Pick it up.
I'm pretending to be nice, yeah. So I can press the circle and square at the same time, but like,
the circle and
I
the
don't know.
triangle.
Oh, so weird. You ready?
Okay, yes. Okay, purple square.
Ready?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Ready?
Anymore. Yes, triangle.
Okay. Watch the wind. Wait out the wind. Wait out the wind. There you go. See, we're good.
Oh, thank God.
We're
That
good.
was terrible.
That's light work.
Hello? Why am I stuck? I'm not even grabbing. Hello?
Are you good?
There we go. Oh, I'm glitching.
That's light work.
Great.
Look at this guy.
No, no.
Looks like a Fall Guy character with the face.
Hey, get off.
I didn't even do nothing.
We're too close. Ow.
Sorry. Ready?
Whee. Whee.
Oh,
Oh,
no skating.
freaking walking. God damn it.
no skating. We gotta get the shrooms.
Shrooms.
Ow. There we go. I love the little upset. I know, it's kind
What
of
is
cute.
this? Feet?
Feet.
Maybe when you put the box?
So one of us put both feet on it, and then one put one feet. Come stand on
I
this.
was thinking of putting a box.
It says feet, Mira. Why would you put a box?
Well, how are you gonna get up there then? Exactly. We
It
need
stays
the
on for a
box.
second. Look, it stays on for a second.
Fine, I guess.
See? See?
Sorry, I'm not into feet, so I wouldn't know.
I'm not either. Like, okay. Alright. Yeah, asshole. I didn't even spin it yet.
Whee.
I'm gonna hit the
Oh,
beat so I
shit.
know a guy. Is it you, Frosty?
Oh no.
Trampolines are a great way to let loose. Wouldn't you agree? Power surge on the planet has triggered a fail-safe protocol. Fly through to enter the override code like this. Like what?
Oh god.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be here for the next hour.
We're cooked.
Good luck to you. Fuck you, Shaman.
Thank you. How are you supposed to go?
There's
Maybe
a
if it
fan
is-
on your. Ow. Okay.
Like that
Never mind.
could have just happened, yo. 1 foot. 2 foot. Hello. Thank you.
All right.
Oh
GG.
god. Wait, how do you steer?
For me, it said right stick.
Ah.
Fuck no. All right, Frosty. If you say so. I trust you.
I don't know if you trust Frosty. They're part of the Freak Nation, remember? I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, aren't you too?
Hey. No, I'm not.
Okay. Sure, buddy.
I'm not. The wind is so loud.
I had my shit turned like all the way down at this point.
Whee!
I should turn it up for stream, huh?
You did
Hold on,
it.
stream. My game volume on stream is like nothing.
Oh no.
That's a little better. You did it.
We did it.
We're calling you superheroes at this point. Hi, Maddie. How you doing?
Hello, Maddie.
Welcome in. This is superhero level mastery of flight. Well done. Fuck you. You two are pros. Thank you, Jogu.
Thank you, Mogu. Well done.
Thank you for the head pass, Maddie. I appreciate you.
Let's activate the power inverter now.
Okay.
Honey, what the
No! I deserve that.
Where did you go?
I deserved that. Got my button.
Orange.
GG.
GG.
That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be on that level.
That's true.
Let me get another cough shot.
15 more. Oh, we got 14 more.
You want one?
Sometimes.
It's just too easy. I think we beat the
Don't
game in the
say
next
that.
we beat the game in the next like 10 minutes, right?
Don't say that. We gonna be here forever now.
You gotta believe.
The only
The edge
person
of
who
the okay.
believes is Mogu.
Okay, I believe.
The edge. I'm on the edge. I've got to hurry.
The edge.
Yes, it's the freaking. It's what it's called. Edge of the glowing forest. You would know if you read.
I can't read.
I thought you said you can read.
I can.
Greetings,
What does it say?
Heroes.
Oh, thanks.
It sends more and more disturbances in our planet's balance, which leads to new, unexpected challenges. Ever since the power switchers demanded a local if system, our turrets have been firing at everyone willy-nilly. Oh, great. We're gonna get attacked. What the fuck?
Oh no. Oh no.
It's
This is gonna
over.
take
I
forever.
already can't walk, man. Makes energy,
Makes
agility,
synergy,
and
agility.
situational awareness be with you.
They are not with us.
Bruh.
This dude is useless, bro.
Hello. Just knocked me off. What the fuck?
I know.
Oh, rude.
Alright, GG.
GG. Oh,
Ow.
oh, fuck. Oh, great.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
And they wobble? Oh, are you kidding me?
Ow.
Oh my god, they're falling.
Damn it. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. Ow. Ow.
This way. I'm stuck. What the fuck? How did I even have?
Oh.
Hello?
Ah.
No, we can't fall.
Yeah.
The distance is too great. Oh, I thought we could have customized our robots. It's alright.
Oh, I
Next
forgot.
time, next time. At least they don't kill us, they only like wobble.
That's true.
Okay, you're gonna knock me off. STYLO!
I'm sorry. Okay, okay.
You're not sorry.
I
You're
am.
a liar.
Ow. Ow. You ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
What the?
You go first.
Okay. I don't even know where I'm going. This way. This way. This way. Hello? Stuck. Keep getting stuck.
Oh, it's hard.
Okay. Move!
Get off me. Ow.
You were in the way.
I was not.
Yes, you were.
Never in the way.
Yes, you were.
Ow.
Fuck. Actually doing okay too. Fuck. I just walked off.
I get fucking bonked.
keep walking. Just keep walking.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just send it.
Keep walking. Oh, oh.
No!
No, are you kidding me? Stop!
I got knocked off at the last. It wasn't me. It was the bullet. I made it.
Bullet. It's a tennis ball.
Same thing.
They're not the same thing.
Okay, yeah, that's the strat. At least for me, I just sent
keep
it.
walking.
Oh my
Stylo.
fucking. I'm logging in.
You walk first.
Okay. There you go.
Oh shit. Okay, I just gotta keep walking. Fuck, I walked off.
See?
Fuck. What the hell?
I'm telling you, like it gets it gets a little rough at that part.
I don't know why. We're just walking.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Ah, the frickin' ball.
Stupid balls.
Balls. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Ow!
Sorry. Ow. Ow. Ow.
Just keep walking, just keep walking, just keep
Yeah, just send it.
walking. Oh. Oh,
No.
finally,
Gosh.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh. We got a watermelon as a
Watermelon.
reward.
Oh.
Okay.
Just wasted a watermelon.
I didn't mean to.
Whee.
Oh shit.
I'm not even on.
Ah.
I hit one leg. Whee!
No.
Stylo, what the fuck?
They fucking fling me off. There we go.
Whee.
Ow. Fucking asshole.
It was funny. That's okay. Okay, what the fuck is this? I don't think we're supposed to. What does that do? Oh. Oh,
Oh.
let me grab that. Let me grab.
Have a
Grab.
box.
Grab. Hello? Thank you. And then we gotta
Then give the
swing
box
it
to
over there.
the sucker thing
Or not. Cool.
without falling.
Cool. Oh, okay, yeah. Give me a
The
second.
new box.
What the fuck?
No, I made it. I threw it over there though. How the fuck did I do that? There we go.
You got it.
There we go.
Okay, next one.
Just need one more box. I think we need to bring it over here, can't we?
Yeah.
Instead of going like a bear ball.
Probably. I will bring it a box.
Just gotta bring the lever up and then bring it back down.
Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Bring it back down.
Oh.
There you go.
Fuck. Where are you going?
I'm trying to put it back.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Ow! What
Sorry.
the?
I'm sorry.
Oh my
No!
god, we're gonna lose the box now because of you.
That wasn't because of me. I didn't throw it on purpose.
It was literally your fault.
Maybe you activate it and then pass it to me, and I go down here. You know what I mean? Ow.
No, I do not. But you know what? We're gonna try it. Fuck. maybe we don't need to. Maybe we need to get it over here anyway. Get it. Grab it. Grab it. Hell yeah. Wait. Let me.
Can you reach it?
Wait. I don't. Uh-huh.
There you go.
Hell yeah. Teamwork.
First try. Ah,
Why did you fall?
I didn't mean to.
Move. Oh. My
What?
bad. I fell off.
That's crazy.
Don't
I didn't even
use this
see.
angle.
Mira.
I
What,
can't
what are we
see.
doing? Take your time.
Yeah, I'm just walking now. Okay. Okay. Rude.
I didn't think I could aim it that well. I didn't think I had to aim like that. What is this thing?
Short.
Oh.
Ow! Just
I didn't mean to throw.
bullying
I'm
me.
telling you, I did.
Just
Ow.
bullying me. Emily, just hurry
Hold on.
up!
I'm trying.
We don't need all the coins.
I wasn't even getting coins.
Uh-huh. What were you doing then?
And we do need coins if you want to customize your dude.
I think we have enough. Well, I don't know how much it would be. Yeah, 46 coins. What the fuck is this?
Is that our coins? Ow. Oop.
Oh, a
Watermelon.
watermelon. Oh, we have to put it in the cannon.
Gotta put in the watermelon launcher. Ow.
STYLO.
It's rolling away.
STYLO.
God damn it. I'm too slow. There.
I'll try to grab. STYLO. There we go. Oh, I almost went inside.
Oh, we gotta hit the target. Wait for it. Yeah.
Oh, we have to do
Okay.
all three. Okay.
Yeah. 'Cause I know if you can aim it with this thing.
You got this. STYLO.
I'm trying.
Wasting our watermelon.
I promise I'm trying.
Are you?
Yes.
You're wasting precious material. Just hold it.
How?
There, like that. You see?
Okay, my bad.
We got it.
I do now.
Someone's angry. I wonder why.
Not me. I'm in a great mood.
Oh, I think this one lowers. Yes.
A little lower.
Hello?
There you go.
Press the button, Kronk!
This one doesn't move. There you go.
Thank God. I feel like the cannon's gonna fucking fall off. Look how close it is.
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on.
That's gonna roll.
Go.
It's gonna roll right in.
it's not. Stylo.
I got it. Relax. Wrong way.
Okay. Are you not moving? Oh.
It's so slow. Go.
Ouch. Hang on.
We just gotta bring it a little lower.
I don't remember which way is which.
Just a little bit.
Up or down?
Just a little. Ow, Frothy.
Oh shit, sorry.
No, you're good. It's perfect. Actually, you just need to move it a little to the side.
There we go.
There. Bam.
Bam. We did it.
Easy.
Easy.
First try.
Okay, ads are gonna start in like 5 minutes, and then I will go to the restroom.
No. Okay.
And the grabby.
Yeah, you gotta protect us again. Can you do that?
Huh?
Can you protect us? You gotta do the shield thing again.
Oh, a minute. Oh shit.
You're behind us.
I didn't know I could follow us like that. What? Oh my god.
My bad. I wasn't even at the shield button yet.
Hello? Yeah, I don't have the shield button yet.
There.
Hello? Now it doesn't want to work. Hello? Frickin' shield, goddammit. Hello?
Not working? There.
Yeah, there we go.
It's working?
No. Yeah, I'll just keep
There.
it up.
I'm stuck.
Ah!
I couldn't
Gotta,
skate.
like, hold it? Oh god, we need to restart. We have 10 seconds.
Yeah. I'll just wait it out and restart it.
Advertisement.
Hella ads.
Book ads. Oh,
Yeah,
I
you ready?
still have it. Okay. Ready. What happened to our timer? The fuck?
I think it was just for the blue coins.
Oh. I see. Huh? What happened?
Do you have it?
No. What happened?
There.
What the fuck? Oh, no.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's just too easy.
Don't say that.
I think this is a checkpoint. Now that I think about it, the blue
Oh,
balloon thing.
Probably.
I think it saves the game every time.
Whee.
Oh god, what is this?
Oh, we both have to make a grabby.
Use right stick to control.
Okay, we're walking,
The
and
fuck?
then these are grabbing. Okay. This is terrible.
Okay.
Walking and gliding. What?
I can't switch. Oh, gliding. I gotta get in the air.
Wait, I'm not even up there yet.
Cannonball challenge?
Oh god, great. What the fuck?
What do we do? Just block the...
I don't know. 2 out of 30. 5 out of 30, whatever that means. Oh, we have to block a certain amount of bullets? I'm guessing?
I guess so.
That's what makes sense.
How did that hit me? I literally have the shield up.
I'm just gonna stay here.
That wasn't fair.
We have 9 left.
I'm getting shot with like 20 at once. I can't shield that. Dude, it's not fair.
I don't even know anymore. We're almost there. There we go. Thank God.
Sure.
That was terrible.
Sure, man.
Okay, that starts in 30 seconds. Oh my god. Goddamn walking.
Dude, please let me off of this, dude.
No, for real. It's terrible.
That sounded kind of crazy out of context.
I can't.
Oof, you're heavy? Fuck you, dude.
That is a crazy sentence. Oh my god.
You just want to pause
Yeah.
here?
Oh god.
This is your after
I'm
start?
glitching
Okay.
anyway. Okay.
Take a little.
Oh my god.
Take a little breather.
Break.
Alright, a little break while Mira's ads run. How we doing, Chad? How we feeling? You guys believing? Yeah, we feel like shit. We do? Yup, that's crazy. Who is we? See, Melody's in a good mood. Melody, did you already go on your are you already on your trip or no, not yet? Yeah, like you messaged me you were taking like a flight or whatever. I don't know if you'd already left or not. Believe, thank you, Mogu. I appreciate it. We believe. So in for Drake and Breezy to drop their albums, of course. I got at least Saturday. Oh, okay. Hopefully you have fun. Hopefully it's a good time. Isn't Drake dropping in like a couple weeks or something? Like next month? That's what I heard anyway. I don't know if it's true, but May 15th? Yeah, that's what I heard. It should be. I'm seeing my family. Nice. I'm sure it'll be fun. We have a good time and everything. This dude, Frosty. Also, while we're paused, let me know like how like the volumes and stuff are, if everything's okay. Excuse me. If I gotta adjust anything. Let me know, let me know. While we're here, just sitting. I'm just on my phone checking some stuff. I was supposed to work tomorrow, but somebody took my they picked up my trip. So I'm trying to see what other trips they got in there. See if they got anything good. These Spotify thing's kind of bugged. Oh, it is kind of bugged. What the fuck? Let me refresh it. Hold on. Refresh. There we go. Thank you for telling me. It does that sometimes. Flying Delta for the first time though and having a layover in Atlanta. I usually fly American and have a layover in Charlotte. Oh, I feel you. Yeah, I'm from Georgia originally, so I used to go through Atlanta, all the time, of course. Atlanta's not bad. A lot of people complain about it, but honestly, I feel like it's not that confusing. It's literally just like a straight line. Like there's a train that goes down the middle of every like concourse, and that's it. Like there's nowhere else you have to go. But that's the entire airport. It's just like a straight line, and then all the concourses like branch off. Like you stop at one stop, and the next one, the next one, the next one. It's literally just a straight line. I love Atlanta. I do too. Honestly, never had no problems or anything. I've heard that it's huge, and people can. I don't know how. I honestly don't know how. I mean, like I said, I'm from there, so I might be a little biased. Like traveling through there my entire life and shit. But like, I've never been confused or gotten lost or anything. So I don't really, I don't really get it. But at the same time, I'm from there, so I don't know if, like, from an outside perspective, it could be confusing, maybe. No idea. No clue. You're from a big city, then you went, yeah. I mean, I'm not from a big city, but I used to go through Atlanta pretty often, with my job and everything. Sure, I could be biased to the airport in Connecticut's tiny, tiny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They are. It is pretty small up there. It's not bad though. I don't mind Jaws Airport. Ooh, damn it, damn it. They had a New York trip in there that I could have gotten, but it's kind of short. As you like the longer ones. Connecticut's a cool place to watch a Yukon game. Nice, nice. I've been there. Like I've spent the night there and stuff. I never really like ventured out or anything. I was kind of lazy. Come to New York, dog. Let me look at this trip again. Hi Swish, how you doing, Swish? Welcome in. Nice to see you. Oh, this shit is 13 hours. Harlem is so safe. This shit is 13 hours, dog. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to sleep if I go here. Still, how are you? I'm good. How's it going, Swish?
I'm back.
Welcome back, Mira.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. My ad's starting in 4 minutes. I don't know if you just want to
Okay.
chat. Just keep chatting.
Yeah, we could just chill for a bit.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
how's everybody?
You know how you were on that rant about UPS?
Yes.
Well, I got
They doing it to you
that
too?
Persona merch you showed me, right? It was supposed to come
Oh yeah.
today between 1 and 3 o'clock.
Now it's 4.
It's gonna. The tracking said like 9 o'clock now.
Let me check mine. Let me see if mine's
Like,
even
I
updated.
don't even know if I'm getting it today. We'll see.
Dude, I don't understand. It said it's in my city at 8 a.m. this morning, and it just hasn't moved.
Oh
And it's
god.
coming tomorrow
Oh
between 9
god.
a.m. and noon tomorrow.
9
It's
a.m.
so
and
so
noon.
stupid.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's in my city. Like I'll go get it at
I'll
this
get
point.
it myself.
Like if it was an option, I would genuinely just go to the store and pick it up.
Oh my god. That's too real.
I'm doing okay. That's good, Swish. I'm glad.
Glad you're okay. I'm
Glad to
glad
hear.
your sickness is gone. Hopefully.
Yeah, it's cool. We're one of the most haunted states in the U.S. and we have the battle of the frogs.
What?
What is the battle of the frogs, Melody?
What is the Battle of the Frogs?
Is it what it sounds like? Is it just like a bunch of frogs that fight?
Frogs. Hi, Swish.
By the way, Melody, New York pizza better.
Oh
Y'all are gonna stay in this debate.
Oh, great. What happened?
Nothing. They're because Melody's in Connecticut and Frosty's in New York, so they're
Mm,
constantly like, "Oh, New York's better. No, Connecticut, but pizza's better."
I see, I see.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I I never tried pizza when I was in Connecticut, so I can't really compare.
I've
New York
never
pizza is
been
pretty
to
good though, and it's cheap.
Connecticut.
So bullfrogs were mating, and people thought they were being attacked. So they shot into the woods till dawn, and then laughed about it.
What
There are some
the
statues
fuck?
commemorating. They thought they were being attacked because the bullfrogs were mating.
The poor frogs. What the fuck?
Have y'all seen the Georgia wildfire?
No, we have
What?
not. What?
Where? Hold
Where? I
on.
assume it's in Georgia. So I don't
Okay,
know.
what part of Georgia, motherfucker? Like I know it's in Georgia. Google it. I am right now.
I hope they're okay though. For
I
real.
hope so. My family's down there. Let's see. Georgia wildfires.
Mm.
Hold on, I'm gonna call my mom real quick.
Oh yeah. Our chat. You guys are all well. Um. Played a bit of Overwatch last night. That was something. Mm. Yes, Mira, we know. I know you know, Frosty. Not everyone knows. Um, Overwatch. I'm actually quite surprised it didn't um normally SPS games they give me motion sickness, but this one didn't. Oh, no. I don't know. Don't worry, chat. I keep them safe. I did not know that. Yeah, you're welcome. The more you know. Slate of motion sickness will not get you. I hope so. I think it's because I was playing a support character. I wasn't moving. Ow, thank you for the star, Moku. Um, I think it's because I was playing support. I wasn't moving around too much. Just really, I was playing. What's her name? Kariko? Kiko? However you say it. I'm sorry. um, but yeah, she doesn't move too much. I tried Mercy, but she doesn't really attack well. So I wanted something with both healing and attack. So I stuck with her. And do you have those motion sickness glasses? I won't lie, they look kind of dumb, but apparently they work really well. I don't. I do not, because I have glasses already, so I don't know how that would work. I think I would have to wear both of them. But yeah, I used to have contacts a long time ago, long time ago, and I said never again. That first of all, it's expensive as fuck. I ain't got that type of money. Second of all, they were just I hate contacts. I hate them. Yeah, if I could, I would get if there's like certain type of glasses that are also motion sickness, like frames, you know, I would get that. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna play again tonight because of the movie night. I'm gonna be honest. I was recommended Cosmic Princess Kaguya like a long, few months ago, I think, and then I never got around to watching it. I don't know. My friends were like, "You're gonna like it," and like, I probably will. Probably will like it. It's just I don't know. I've been putting it on pause. I tend to do that. I don't know why. When people recommend me stuff, I'm like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I'll listen to it eventually." Give me like like a few years or months, you know? I'll get there. Hi, Star. How are you? STYLO is taking a quick break. Hope you are well. When is movie night tonight? It's tonight. Tonight in like how many? 4 hours? 4.5-ish. I'm good. How are you? I am pretty good. Pretty good. The game is something. STYLO, get back on your call. I'm the same way. I try my best to see it right away, but unless they're with me, I will get to it at an undisclosed time. Yeah, I'll get there eventually. Like, how Zeri recommended 86 anime. I'll get there eventually. One day I'll watch it. I don't know when. I'm trying to get my friends to play Sonic Racing Cross Worlds because I only knew like one person. Zeri got it now, which I'm glad. And Moku has it. I saw Moku playing it a bit earlier. Fun. It's a fun game. I just forgot how many fucking bugs are in it, and it crashes quite often. I don't know if it does the same for you, Mogu, but for me, sometimes it crashes, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? Oh no, it's weird. Haven't had one crash. How long were you playing? If you know. Oh, I think we have to do this fucking bullshit again. I go, wee. I do like this spinning. It's so fun. Oh, sorry. What if I push them all? Oh. STYLO, what are you doing? I wasn't doing anything evil. It's a fun game though. I like playing well I only got it for I'm not that big of a Sonic connoisseur. 3 hours and no bugs or crashes. Maybe turning down the graphics might help? Maybe. Maybe. But last time I played was like months ago. I know a lot of people were crashing, so but I'll maybe yeah I'll turn down the graphics, see if that helps. STYLO is just blinking in peace while you spin around. I like spinning. Enjoy your dinner, Melody. Enchiladas are very yummy. I still hate the fucking manga, you know. Bully is fun. It's fine. He's not here.
Can you stop?
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, y'all.
You're good.
My parents talk a lot. It was my mom and my dad, so they, you know.
Everything all good over
They're
there?
yapping. Oh yeah, they're fine. They didn't even know about it.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not even near them.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they're
Oh.
safe.
I was like, "You guys okay? I heard about the wildfires." They're like, "Wildfires." I just heard about it too. I don't know. Hi, Star. How you doing?
My star.
And Silver, thank you for the rain.
I'm not a
Yeah, how
bully.
y'all doing? You are a
It's
bully,
just
but it's
happened.
okay.
I was spinning around. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just spinning.
Holy shit. You go fast as hell. Better save, yeah, me too. Okay, you ready?
Yes. I think we
Do you want to do the legs this time? Or do you just want to keep the same?
I could do the shield. Unless you want
Okay.
to do...
No, I don't care. I just want to offer.
Whee!
Alright.
I'm
Lock in.
ready. The bullets remind me of something, but I cannot, for the life of me, remember what it is. Brother!
Why did
What
I
are you
go on
doing?
this? Oh no, I had to.
Oh,
Yeah, see?
it reminds me of the bullet from freaking Mario Kart, I realize.
Oh, the bullet bill.
What the fuck?
Ow.
Okay, there were two coming at the same time. I couldn't do anything.
No. I almost made it.
Fuck.
Damn it. It's alright. It's alright. No. Hurry. Damn it.
Oh my god. Just
I
be
really wanted to make it on
patient.
before it went.
Be
I'm sorry, I
patient.
wanted to hurry. It takes forever.
Be patient.
I'm patient. I have the most
No, you're
patience out of
not.
anyone I know.
No, you're not.
Yes, got this. Thank you, Star. I got this. I don't know about Mira.
Wow, I'm
But...
protecting you. And this is the thanks I get.
Okay, so what's up? That's a lie? It's not.
Go, 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 go. Ta-da!
Not this motherfucker. You're so in tune with each other.
No,
Die.
I'm not.
I'm not reading all that.
Wow.
Good luck, other superheroes.
I'm not reading.
I'm not reading all that, dude. This dude typed like the fucking book.
Hello?
Let's go.
Gonna grab it. Leg?
Oh. My bad.
I guess not.
Ow.
Well, I was gonna try to grab it.
You guys, and I
guess
actually mean Mira? Okay.
Thank you, Star. Oh, shit. Fuck. Here you go.
There we go. Now we gotta get this one.
Yes.
There we go. I turned!
Motherfucker.
I literally
Did you?
turned.
Did you?
Yes. You have like a half second to do it. It's not fair.
Life isn't fair.
Okay.
Oh fuck. Almost missed.
There. So I tried to do last time.
But you did it. We did it.
Okay, the game did and I did it.
Oh.
Are you doubting me?
No, I never doubt. What the fuck? Why didn't it go in?
Okay.
I don't understand.
I agree, Stashi's dying you. Thank you. I'm glad someone's on my side around here.
Wow.
What do you mean,
Never
wow?
doubt. What have I doubted you? Never.
Uh-huh.
Go in, please. Thank you. Okay, which
There
way
you
we
go.
going?
This way.
Ta-da. Oh, I
There
couldn't
we go. It's just too easy, you know?
legs just wide open.
You missed the coins. I think we have to restart.
Sorry. I had both of them open. I don't know where I did to go.
I think we gotta restart.
No, we don't. We're already here.
There we go.
Whee!
Good
Great
job.
job.
I hate you. We made it to the last power inverter in this area.
Yay!
Activate so we can continue our journey.
Yay! We will be free.
Sorry.
You shot me.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
There's a lot of levels in this game.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was so many. We didn't even play the first game either.
24%.
Oh, the store. Let's see.
Oh wait. Store. How do you go
Can
to
you see the store?
I cannot.
It says in the bottom left for me, press Y on my controller to see the store.
Why? No, I don't see it on my screen.
What controller are you using?
Shit. Xbox.
Did you leave?
Oh, there we go.
Never mind.
It showed now.
Okay, cool. Ooh.
Ferrari.
Is this shared money? How much money do you
I
have?
think it's yeah. I have 460.
Okay, I do too. Fuck.
I don't want to fix. Why am I purple now?
Which one were you thinking?
I don't know. I thought we could change the color. That's what I thought.
No, I don't think so. Tails. Oh my god, I can actually be a fucking furry.
Oh my god.
Look at this shit.
Oh, disrespectful to the furry community. Shame.
I'm not. I have nothing against the furry community. I'm just not one of them.
You wanted the cowboy hat. I wanna be a cowboy.
The cowboy hat does look kind of clean. Is that furry confirmed? No, it's not. It's not confirmed. Asian hat? What the fuck? What is this? Ooh, the frog hat.
That is the frog hat.
If we buy something, do we both get it since we share the money?
You wanna find out?
What do you want?
We're gonna have
we
the
mutually.
frog.
I do like the frog. Do you have it now or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
The one down to 160. Is it yours?
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a duck one. I don't know if Ducky's still here. I think she's taking a nap.
Like it should be taking a nap.
There's not stars. Man.
Oh,
Thinking about the sunglasses.
sunglasses. We ain't got
Yeah,
that
they're
type
only-
of money.
There's only 70, but we need 2 stars.
Yeah, we don't have that type of money.
That's fine. We'll just be a frog.
Oh wait, there's wings. Oh. so pretty, but we don't have enough stars.
Do you have the frock?
Yeah, I have the frock.
Are you wearing it?
Yes.
It's not showing for me.
Oh no.
On my screen, you're not wearing. Oh, never mind. Now you are.
I think because it's still in the store.
Oh, my fault. Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
There's 15. I mean, 17 levels.
17. Damn.
Yeah. How much more do you want to do? Do you want to do like one more world? You know how we just did like the forest world? Those like 3 or 4 levels. You want to do like one more world?
Yeah, we can do one more.
Okay. This is the glowing
2
lotus
hours,
field.
another one. Oh, pretty.
Oh, this rain is about to fuck my PC.
Oh no. It'll be pretty.
Oh no, it's not that bad. It's
That's
running
good.
okay. Ow.
Fuck, I'm stuck. Okay, no. It's you again.
We're in the lotus region. What
Lotus
is that?
region.
What are those in the back?
I don't
Going to the
know.
lotus region, the part of our planet used to embody about
It's fine, you can skip it.
why you let them try to keep them surrounded if you don't want to kill, if you don't want them to scatter. Here's how it's done. I forgot to watch.
You didn't even give us
I didn't
the
get to watch
video
the
this
tutorial.
time, my guy.
I didn't get to watch it.
Oh, there was.
Oh my god, it's like Slime Rancher. I gotta get him in here.
We got a slime rancher.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Motherfucker.
Oh my god. Maybe we can't go over there. You want to go? Here it is.
He's coming back.
What the fuck? Just
Come here, motherfucker. Got him. There we go.
the rock.
I need the rock, motherfucker. That one.
Hello,
Come here.
Mr. Rock. Yeah, I'll get the
Get him.
water.
Got him.
Or not. Come back here.
Sorry. It's stuck.
Hello? Freaking
I got him. I
water.
got him. He's stuck.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
go. Do not fall off. Hello?
You good?
Fuck. Hello? Oh my.
You good?
Hello? Motherfucker. Piss me off. Oh.
No.
My bad. Yeah, get
Come
the rock one. Where did the
Rock one is fast.
Hello? Damn. Speeding.
Where'd he go? Oh shit.
For
Right here.
sure.
Throw him in. There you go.
I need a water one. What are you?
Where's the water go?
Oh, no, go over there.
Right here. There we go.
Ta-da!
Easy.
Oh god.
Ow.
It's okay, we got the cord. Yeah, it's a checkpoint. I just saw the saving thing.
Yeah, I figured.
Ow.
Ow. Okay.
Do we
Talk to this
slide
asshole.
faster in the rain, or is that just me?
It feels like we do. Great catch on the right track. Right line.
Vertical drops.
Work together. Be careful.
Thanks.
This asshole. He is an asshole. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't help us.
I think we need to get on this. Oh wait. Turn? Ah.
Oh.
Okay. Whee!
Ow. Fucking kicked me off.
Hey, STYLO. Why?
Wow. Synergy, remember?
Synergy. Oh god, I'm not getting on that.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not risking that.
We do have to.
Oh my god, it's like
this
Fall
one.
Guys.
Oh, don't want to be a Fall Guys.
Come on. Just step in the middle. There you
Oh, I'm not moving. Why? I like the vibe of this place, though.
go. Yeah, kind of cool. No,
Where are you going?
I'm gonna do that. Trying to get the coins. There we go.
Wee. Wee. Ow.
Sorry. This energy's perfect. No, it's not.
Is it perfect? I don't know.
I just know that we'll achieve many great things with you. You are very optimistic, sir.
Some of the elementals
Have become
here
unstable.
have become unstable. They tend to blow up on you at the slightest disturbance. Great. Lovely.
Stay for the hydrate switch.
It's another step.
What do you do? You just have to.
One step again.
Is that what it is?
Keep your distance.
keep your
stay
distance.
on the other side.
Okay.
I guess.
Easy enough. Ow. That is ow.
Oh,
Go
shit.
this way.
Wait. God damn.
Sorry. I got excited.
No, don't be excited. It's illegal.
Which way do you want to go? I think we gotta balance it.
It's illegal. Wait, you stay on that side, I stay on this side. Oh shoot. Oh, it's moving. Oh, I see. Oh shit, not too much.
Trying to balance it, but I don't want to get too close to them.
Shit. 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 Fuck the coins. Fuck the
We're
coins.
good.
We don't need
Good.
the coins.
We're good. So we just gotta keep it balanced and
I
not
hate
be in the
this
little
angle.
bubbles. It's not that bad. We gotta keep it balanced though. How are we gonna do this one though?
No. Shit. Shit.
Ow.
No, Stylo!
Okay, wait, it doesn't kill you though.
It resets though.
No, it knocked me in the air. I just happened to fall.
Oh. Stay
So if we
right
tilt it
here.
enough, it'll be like above the bubbles.
Mhm.
Is what I've noticed.
Yeah. We might be cooked.
Ow.
Yeah, we both got blown.
I mean, it knocks you in the air, but you don't die. You just have to make sure you land back on the thing. I don't know what you have to do right there, because you have to keep it balanced, but you can't stand anywhere over there.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Trying something.
You're trying something.
God, bro.
Ah! You have to stay on it. What?
Huh?
What?
I was clearing my throat, sorry. He said, is that a crime now, Mira?
No, I just didn't know what you were doing.
Sorry. Okay, okay.
Fuck. Oh god.
We're good. See? See?
Unless...
Just watch out. Okay. You were like right on the edge of it.
Yeah, that's what I was like, unless...
Go left, go left.
Fuck.
Damn it. Okay. We got it, we got it.
We... Fucking rude.
Sorry. I got hacked.
You did not get hacked.
Something about that hacker, am I right? Man.
What did we do last time? Oh fuck, STYLO, stop moving!
Go to the right.
Oh my god!
You gotta go to the right because I gotta get around that part. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
You see how it's like the 3 in like an L shape on these 3 right here?
Yes.
Okay, you gotta stay on the right there.
So you want me to
Just give me-
explode?
No, you gotta give me enough time to get around them for the thing to move around them so I can get around them and balance it out so you can move to the left. Else we're just gonna slide off. Or else we're just gonna slip off. Go to the right.
Damn.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Fuck. Fuck. No, keep
I'm
going.
balancing it. I'm on like the far right.
Fuck.
What the fuck?
Oh fuck, I got stuck.
Okay.
Oh. One shot. Motherfucker. I wasn't even
My
on
bad.
yet. I need you to be patient.
I'm patient. I'm
No,
just
you're
saying.
not. You're just going.
I am so patient. I've never met a more patient person.
Because you don't meet people, actually.
Yes, I do. I know so many people.
Right. Fuck. What the fuck?
Sorry.
What is your problem?
Because you've only met yourself, I know people.
Frosty understands.
Nuh-uh.
Fuck. Fuck. You move faster, I guess. I hate walking so much. Can you wait? Goddamn.
I was tilting it down so you could get on.
Sure, buddy. Sure.
I literally did.
That's what they all say.
And chat clip that so we can see. You don't actually have to clip that. I was just doing a nerd voice.
Oh no. Fuck.
Oh, you gotta move to the right.
I am.
How?
Great.
Thank you.
Way
I'm gonna do it. Do what? Clip? You don't have to clip.
Ready?
Ready.
Oh my god.
Ow!
Where are you going?
I didn't see that one.
I got it, guys. Don't worry. No, I do not.
No, almost.
STYLO.
I'm balancing it.
Okay, going to the right. Nope, to the left. Okay, I'm going to the right now.
Thank you.
Go.
Now you can go left. There you go.
One more. There's still more. Fuck. No, no!
Move your left, left.
Oh my. You're so close to. The robot noise.
One
is
on
kinda
those
remind
ones.
Me of, what the fuck?
Huh?
Hello? Hello? This is great.
Long live the king.
Oh my god. Get on. Just get on it. So I'll go and then I can fall. There we go. That remind me of R2D2. I forgot their name.
Oh yeah. My name. That's not my name.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Are you calling me a bot?
You sound hesitant.
Nah.
Go right, I go right, I go right. Fuck,
Okay.
I fell.
Damn it. Good try. We were close on that one.
STYLO.
I'm going over here to
Can you go
balance it.
Slowly down.
We were about to
Give me a
fall.
heart attack.
We were about to fall.
Oh my god, I'm glitching.
Are you good?
Should be okay now. Okay, I'll go right.
Thank you.
I am on right. Why am I not?
There you go. I'm right. I'm right.
Fuck. I think I need to go closer.
Yeah.
To the
It just
middle.
just enough time for me to get around it, and then you can move to the left.
Yeah. So fun. So chill. We're so everything's fine. What are you doing? You're gonna
We're
hit
good.
the thing.
I'm not. I know my limits.
Okay, I go right.
Okay.
Fuck!
Good try. We're getting it.
Are we?
We're figuring it out. I can see it. I can see it. I can see the thought process.
No.
Then you go left.
Oh fuck. Oh,
Okay,
oh,
okay.
we're okay, we're okay,
Alright,
we're okay,
alright.
we're good. Everything's
Okay, now
fine.
on this one we gotta do the opposite. Okay.
Okay. Wait, wait,
You
wait.
gotta stay on the left. Stay on the left so I can get
Fuck.
around it. It's okay. We got it.
Is it okay?
Yes.
I wanna go home. STYLO.
What?
Keep
I'm
moving.
balancing. I'm balancing. Yeah, we're good.
Are we good? We're not good.
Yes.
Not good. Okay. Stay on the left.
Stay on the left. Then once I get around them, you can move to the right, okay? Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Starting.
Okay, go.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, not that far. Not that far. Okay.
Okay, we're
just
good.
Walk. Fuck.
Yeah, just make it over.
Ow.
Just walk.
I'm walking.
Okay, and meet in the middle. Okay, now go.
Good lord, that was
Oh my gosh.
terrible. I hate that.
Give me a checkpoint right now.
For real. Where's the
Sir,
checkpoint?
right there. Right there. Thank God. Good going. I hate you. Thanks to your efforts, the power in this region is starting to stabilize. If you want to further go more difficult, yeah, GG. More difficult your trials will become.
Ah,
Don't let hard
great.
to get more.
And then
Let's keep going. You're not on the
let's
team.
keep going. Bonding
You're not doing
time.
anything. You're not helping, bro.
For real.
Alright.
Okay.
Fire
Biped.
biped challenge.
Oh,
Oh my
this
fucking.
bullshit again. I'm so confused.
Do we kill them?
I think that's what we're supposed to do. Yeah, we're putting them out. Whee. At least there's no timer. Where are you going, buddy?
One more. There we go.
Yay! 54 seconds.
So easy. Mira,
Yes.
you want to talk about it?
It's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, what is this? Color coded? I can't. Oh, wait, there it is in there? Oh,
Errol? Maybe?
fuck. I can't see. The freaking
I
fence
can't
is
see
in
either.
my way.
Ow.
Yeah.
I'll get in.
Well, it's not going.
You get in.
Oh. Oh.
There you go.
Okay. Oh.
There you go.
We got this. Whee!
Yeah, light work. Ow.
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 STYLO.
Sorry, speed bump.
Speed bump. Oh my god. haven't seen a star in a hot minute.
I haven't either. I'm trying to get them, but I haven't seen any.
I don't. You know what? It's fine.
You're almost there. After something gone unnoticed by the planet, yeah, it's gratitude. Sure, it feels like it. Just one more thing left to do. Find any
what's
two
that?
elements and work together. Put them in any of the
Welcome back,
cages.
Melody.
Yeah, welcome back, Mel.
I hope you enjoyed your enchiladas.
Did you bring us some? You did, right?
You bring us.
It's the only way to stabilize the power supply in the sector. Keep it over just a little longer. What do you even do, bro?
What do you even do?
Just comes in here, says some bullshit, and leaves.
So what is this?
You said just capture 2 of any kind? That shouldn't be that bad, right?
Oh, we have to. No, we have to gather 1 of each.
You said 2. I mean, there's leftovers, so I guess? Hell yeah.
Oh. I see.
Ow. Oh god.
Water. Go in the water.
None of these go with these.
Okay. Water, I assume go in the flower because you gotta. Yeah.
Oh, we gotta like attribute the. I see.
The hell is bee?
Oh, god damn.
Dang, good jobs.
God damn
Good
it.
job. Amazing.
Bees go to the tree. Tree. No, it's wrong? Okay.
Move.
Okay.
Oh god, please. Can you go in? Can you go in?
Take your time.
Oh my god. There we go.
I got him.
Got Hello? Thank you. What the fuck? Do we even we don't
Get 'em,
have
he's
the
smart.
water thing anymore.
There we go.
Just gotta grab. We go inside.
There we go. Simple enough.
Go this way.
Oh, the water one's right here.
Nice.
Nice.
Well. Wait.
I got him.
What about the trash chest?
I can. Then we'll come back for it. Let me just drop this off and then I can.
I'll be here waiting. Oh no, I can't wait.
Can't-
Never mind.
I was gonna say we can't stay apart. There we go. Okay. Did you got it? Okay.
Actually, yes. Far. Yay!
I work.
No. Ow. So mean.
Am I stuck?
Let's watch again.
I got stuck on nothing.
Oh.
Damn it! I almost had him. Got him.
What the hell? It's ice?
Let's go. There we go. Let's need the rock.
Where's the here?
Right here, I assume.
Swing. Guess I can't fucking skate anymore. Hello? I fell. There we go.
Here. Oh, I thought you didn't make it. I thought you didn't make it on, so I stepped off.
Wow.
There we go.
Fuck. Oh.
Like a rock challenge.
You got this.
Let me at him.
I don't know why they just gave us one, but okay.
Alright, I'm good at bonking.
Yeah, I can tell.
Motherfucker. Got him. Sound boy, what's up, Waffle? How you doing, homie?
Hello,
How's life?
Waffle.
Family? How's the kids?
That's a family house, the kids. Where did the rock go?
He's over here. I saw. Ah, I'm good. Doing well, hell yeah. Nice to hear it, man.
I'm
Nice to
glad
hear.
you're doing good.
Ow.
Fuck. Oh, it's
I'm
fine.
good.
You're over here.
I don't have kids. I know. I'm just saying stuff. Oh, he's already in there.
Nice.
And we're done. Look.
Wee.
Jeez. Ow.
Power.
Good shit. It's just so easy. We're just pros at this game.
So easy. Oh, thank you for the sub, STYLO.
I saw. I popped up earlier. I forgot to do it. A little 2-month sub. All right.
Oh, I don't think my my alert worked. Oh well. Or I didn't
I don't
see
know.
it. It is what it is.
I didn't see it either. Midstream sub? I forgot. It popped up earlier when I was on the
did
phone,
you-
and I was like, oh.
Wait,
I'll
are
do
you
this.
looking at my stream right now?
I have it pulled up on my phone, yeah.
And you haven't said anything. Okay. I see.
What do you mean?
Nothing?
I haven't said anything about what?
Nothing.
What?
Sorry, buddy. Welcome to another part
great.
of the Lotus Heroes. This place has a weight-based access system that counts the feet placed on its sensor tiles. Oh, great. A feed again. To open the way forward, you'll need to put the right amount of weight on those tiles. Some will require you to stand on them together while others are meant to move them by. Nice. Watch
GG.
closely, I'm going to show you as it works. Wow, you're doing something?
Oh, shit. No, he's playing a
he's
fucking
just showing
video.
the video.
That's not that bad. We did that before.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. Die. Oh, it's gone when you got off the phone. Is your family safe? Yeah, they're fine. They didn't even know about it. So I think it was in a different part of the state.
Oh, you went to church.
Doing this thing.
Whee.
Yeah, I appreciate you though, Melody. Appreciate you asking about it.
Yeah, I'm glad they're
Yeah, they're
safe.
good.
What the fuck?
Yeah, me too.
There we go.
Are you good? You want to do 1 foot or both feet?
I'll do both. Whee.
1 and 2. Which one you want?
I'll do this one.
Does I'm good at his breathing? Chokes on air?
Chokes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
too many feet.
shit.
Too much feet. How is that gonna work?
Take one. I have no idea.
Like take steps, I guess? And put 1 foot down and then quickly like step the other one?
I guess.
Let me try, hold on. Yeah,
Oh.
it's gotta like really quickly walk.
God.
You got this. There you go.
I hate walking in this goddamn game.
Ow, Star, what the fuck? Thank you for throwing shit at me.
As you should. Wait, what's over here? Oh, there is. Anything? Wait. I'm stuck.
Ow.
Chest.
Oh, one of these.
Whee! I fell off.
Are you good? Bro just flew off. Ow. Good job, Arrow. Why we decided to do
Heroes.
teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Teamwork makes the
What?
dream work.
What? You got something to say?
Oh God! Look at this one.
Oh goodness, what? So we have one step at a time
Oh
again.
boy. Keep an eye on each other and coordinate your actions. Yeah, it's so fucking over.
Great.
It's so over.
I think those are yours.
Oh, I light up your panels.
Yes. But don't kill me, please. Oh.
I think you got that covered. I'm gonna grab these coins real quick.
Wow.
What?
I'm patient.
I told you.
What happened to
I didn't just
I'm
go.
patient?
I am patient.
No, you're not. What? Oh, fuck.
Mira. Take your time. There you go. Do you want to go up or left?
Left. Actually, up. Never mind.
Oh.
Oh. Everyone is shorter.
Hello?
I don't think.
There you go. Not bad.
Fuck you!
What? What took you so long?
Oh my god, it's so annoying. You like wait.
I thought you were off it already.
I'm patient. I'm patient.
I
Oh,
am. I thought you were already
liar.
off.
Liar.
Stylo, how could you? Are you serious?
I fall because he's impatient. What the fuck? Okay, give me a second. Fuck.
Can I activate the fucking... Can you just make it across that?
No. I don't think I can.
It won't let me activate it. There you go.
Oh, okay. That works, I guess.
Ah. Here, you go first, and then I'll get off.
Thank you.
There you go.
Impatient.
That's what I thought happened last time.
So impatient.
Oh, now it's your turn to screw me over.
I'm not gonna do it on purpose.
Is it because the demo you want to test it before committing? Is it pretty fun, Melody? I was thinking about it too because Ymir has been like all over that game.
What demo? Oh, the Tomodachi.
Tomodachi Life.
Yeah, I have the demo. I just haven't played it.
Yeah, I should download it maybe later after stream. Oh, who's impatient now? Now who's impatient?
I don't know. You're not.
Ow.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Step. A step. 4 step.
100% Sty's fault? Yeah?
It is.
Okay.
There we go. Yay. No blue coin. I don't want you. Motherfucker.
Why? Okay. We don't need those.
Okay, come on. Why are we going this way?
Okay, fine. We'll go this way. Now go left. I'm gonna wait for the thing.
Okay.
You want to go straight or you want to go right?
Straight. Oh, I thought that was.
Left or right?
Oh no.
Top?
Right.
Right.
I'll go forward. Fuck! No!
No. Good try.
That was pretty good for a first try.
I guess.
I guess. Oh, mean.
Mira's the most patient person in the world. Right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I saved it, I saved it, I saved it. Don't worry.
You're good, you're good. I should have gone straight. Oops.
Fuck!
No.
Okay, I rushed that, I rushed that.
Okay. We got it.
Fuck. Hello?
Hello? Yeah. Wait, go up. Sorry. Go up.
God, you made the
My
same
bad.
mistake twice, bro.
My bad.
You spin
No.
me right round like a rake.
Okay.
Second, give me a second.
No, I got put.
No!
I didn't think I
well,
was in
I'm
the
just gonna
path.
chill. No, I'm not gonna chill.
Bro, I looked away. I didn't think I was in the path of it.
Never look away.
I looked at chat. I blame you, Star.
No, not Star's fault. Star would never.
It is her fault.
Star is innocent.
Hello? Yeah. What did Star do? Nothing. I just
Exactly.
need someone to blame.
Star is innocent.
She ain't do nothing.
I don't just a bully.
I am not.
you are.
I blame you, Stylo? What the fuck, Wolfie? Not sure for one, but you did it? Okay. I should have gone, sorry. I don't know what I waited for.
I don't.
You're good? You're good?
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Does that work?
That's scary. I don't.
There's nowhere else I'm gonna go. Okay. There, we're good. We're good. You go first.
Slowly. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Terrible. Where's the checkpoint? Thank God. And there's some coins. We're gonna be best friends after this. Ain't that right?
Are we?
Ain't that right? Ow.
Wait. Oh, that's fine. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, we gotta have one leg on, one leg off.
Oh, fuck.
Let me know when you're ready. You gotta step on and then hang one leg like off the thing.
Hey. Okay.
Yeah.
Wee.
It's not bad. I'll
Is
go
it?
left.
It's it. Gonna fall off. We both gonna fall
Go
off.
left.
Oh, 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 no, STYLO.
God damn it.
We have to move.
We gotta go left.
It's like walk really slow. How?
I didn't
what
think-
the fuck?
I didn't think it would knock you off.
Oh,
I didn't think I was that close. I'm sorry.
sure, buddy. Oh, you know what? This works.
I would say honestly,
No,
that
it
might
doesn't.
be a strat.
Oh fuck! Don't you there?
Should be good. Maybe. Yeah, I'm good.
Yes. Fuck. Oh, we're good. We're okay.
We're good.
Okay, how the fuck do we get off?
No!
How the fuck do we get off?
We had it.
How the fuck do we get off?
Ow.
Wait. Don't you fucking mother.
I don't, bro. I'm not even swinging that hard. I don't know. I don't know how it hits you that hard.
You still flinged it at me when you make 3 fall off.
I didn't mean to.
Oh shit. Oh no, fuck.
Damn it.
I was too close to the edge.
I'm trying.
Let's not sling each other off.
Okay, deal.
STYLO.
I'm moving. Sorry.
I'm way too close to the edge. Fuck.
Okay, Okay, we step off right here.
How
Ready?
the fuck do you step on?
That.
Okay, there we go. Jesus. Give me that checkpoint. Fuck the chest. We need a checkpoint. Where is it?
Okay, fine. It's not even here.
Where is the checkpoint? Maybe it's on the other side, I hope.
Maybe. We had the power to services. The boss enemy moves on this side with gust to win.
Thank you for checking in, Star.
And thank you for the lily pad. Stay still while you're within elemental range, like this. Like what? You gotta stay still? Okay.
I think I got it.
Just don't move, and then they can't. Don't move and they can't suck you up.
Remember about teamwork. Okay, where's the freaking checkpoint? Is it over
He's worse than
here?
the book from It Takes Two.
Book. Oh,
Where are you
this is
going?
not the checkpoint. It's the bridge. There's no checkpoint. It's over.
I think it gave us a checkpoint.
I hope so, but
Do you want me to die so we can find out?
oh, do not. Let's go to the left. See if there's one over there.
It's a star thing over here. Damn. Ow. I knew you were gonna do that too.
I was just going. I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Don't
Ready?
move. Elements.
If you get caught in the thing, just stand still. Is that what it
Yeah.
said?
Hi, Mr. Noya. I'm locked in right now.
I know, yeah. I'm kidnapping Noya later.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Wait for me. What the fuck?
I am.
You're not.
Just trying to get out of the path.
There we go. Oh, no. Fuck!
No
I fell off.
way.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. I didn't think it'd bring us all the way back here.
What?
Are you good?
Hello? Am I stuck again?
No.
I
It's moving.
can't move.
Why?
It's not letting me move.
I'll bump you.
Oh, it's because my fucking... It's because Noya's laying on my mouse.
Oh.
Maybe? Okay, there we go, yeah. Because Noya
W knife.
is laying on it. So the game was like, I don't know if you want me to control our mouse.
I mean, no, he's a cat. Of course, he's gonna chase a mouse.
Fuck,
You know.
fuck, fuck, fuck. I'm just gonna walk, bro.
There you go. Sorry.
There we go. Checkpoint, my love. Ow.
Sorry.
Shield. Shield from what?
Oh God! Look at we gotta like switch. Look.
What?
You see the colors?
My God. Okay, go.
All right.
What is the shield for then? I'm so confused.
We're probably gonna get shot at.
Oh,
Yeah, right there.
fuck. Okay. Fuck. Shoot. Okay.
Fuck.
They were both coming at the same time.
It's fine. Okay.
Fuck.
I couldn't. Okay.
Okay, we
Ow.
literally just loaded in. Hello?
The fuck? Hello?
We got stuck. Wait.
Okay.
Wait for them to fire. Are
Wait.
we gonna fire?
Okay.
Yup.
2 at once. Okay. Swap.
Here, I'm gonna walk over here.
Okay. Swap.
Oh fuck. Fuck!
Why?
What happened?
You swapped.
we. Wait. Wait for the bullets.
Nice.
We walk over here.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
Go ahead.
We got this. We got this. We got this.
Step on the white and then I'll swap.
Yeah.
Run!
Why?
No. I tried to run.
Run. We can't run here. Wait.
It's the fact they shoot both at once.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fuck.
Oh,
Okay, that
it's
was.
so it's hard right there.
Yeah.
They're just both at once. They're like so close to you.
Yeah. It's like they want us to run and we can't run. Okay. This is just going so well.
Oh yeah. It's going swimmingly.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bullet literally. What? I like glitched.
There you go. Nice.
Whoa. Whoa. Wait.
So
Okay, there we go. Fuck. Just go.
I'm
Yeah,
running.
Just go. Just go.
there you go. Ow.
Go. Oh, chest.
There you go. Big money.
Money, money, money. Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Look.
Bro, we
went
can't
too
both get
far
that.
apart.
It's like right at the cutoff. Do we have to get all of them?
I guess we have to stay close.
Because I don't think we can get. Like,
Yeah, I don't think we.
I don't think we both get that one.
Oh, okay, closer.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Oh no, I think we do need to get all of them. It's not
How,
lifting.
though?
It's not lifting. Oh,
How do we get all of them? It was like right at the distance cutoff.
I have no idea.
Unless we gotta like barely get it. Like be as close as possible.
I guess so.
Let's see. Let's try.
You get one and then I get the other one.
No, they could come at the same time.
Okay. Closer?
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
We good.
Fuck them coins. What the fuck is that? We're gonna play
Is
DDR.
that a TV?
GG.
Oh my god, we are playing Dance Dance Revolution. No way. Put me in.
Up.
Up.
Up, right.
Left.
Okay.
No, right. Up, right, down, left.
Left. Okay. Go.
Up, right, down, left. I didn't step on that. That's not fair. Start it back.
Teamwork.
Run it back. Run it back.
I'm not working.
Hmm.
Hello?
We gotta put both feet on, I think.
Hey.
Mira.
Give me a moment. Step on the couch. Okay, there we go.
Up, right, down, left. Right?
Down, left, yeah.
Yeah. Up.
Wait!
Mira.
We have
Do
to
we gotta do it at the same time?
I think.
Oh.
The timing thing.
Okay. Up,
Up,
right,
right,
down,
down.
left.
There we go. Yay!
What is this even for?
Right,
Right,
down,
down, left,
up, up,
left,
up,
up, right, down, left,
left again.
left, up.
Yay! Just for funsies.
I was gonna say I don't think this does anything.
We'll see.
I wish it was like Dance Dance Revolution. It's like a song or something.
Down,
Down, left,
left,
up,
right,
right,
up.
up,
Okay.
left,
I already forgot. It's all
down,
on STYLO.
left,
Left,
up,
up,
right, up, left. There you go.
yay. Oh, it
Oh
gives us
god.
the path over here.
Oh, it's like a cheat code. It's
Over
going from
here.
the.
What are you doing?
I'm taking a picture.
Oh my
I'm taking a picture.
god. I think it's sideways, yeah.
It is sideways, yeah. That's why I'm taking a picture. Now can say I'm cheating. I don't care. We worked for this little shortcut.
Okay.
All right.
Ready?
Did you want to go together? You want to put up?
Oh, what fuck? I think it's one at a time. I don't know if it's... I don't think we can even fit on there. I'll go after you.
There we go.
Yay.
You got it.
Yeah, moment. Damn.
I'm sorry. I was just checking.
Impatient.
I was just wondering.
Almost there, damn. There we go.
Now we got to split up.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck.
Thank you. What the hell?
Oh, I'm
is
big.
this?
What the hell?
Oh, I'm tiny.
You. That's crazy.
Why can I go under? Hello. Oh, I have to walk. Okay. Oh shit. I need this box thingy.
Supposed to climb over? Ah. Ah. There you go.
Kill. Yay.
There we go. Now I'm tiny.
Karma.
I don't step on me.
You didn't get the coins.
There. How can I grab this? Oh, there you go. Excuse me, I'm sorry. How can I grab it? There we go.
There you go.
There. Ow.
Oh my god, I got stuck. Not great.
Am I supposed to go this way?
Are you sure?
Oh, thank you. Now I can. Now. Oh, star. Kind of want that.
Oh, I almost fell off. Can you move that, please? Thank you.
Ah,
Don't fall.
I'm good. There we go.
Back, thank God.
Ow.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
I'm so back. Sorry, I had to do something. You're good, Cookie.
You're good.
No worries. Welcome back.
What the fuck is this?
Does one of us have to keep it like the color of the other person?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, keep it pink. No? Oh, it does
Ah.
change color.
Does it do anything? I didn't fall.
What, chest it?
No. Ah. Ah. I don't think it does anything. I mean, it's got to do something.
Oh. Oh, shit.
I don't think it does anything.
I'll change it anyway for you, cause I'm such a good friend.
Oh yeah, you're so good.
I know.
So nice.
And just de-nicest.
Okay, now I got the lever.
Oh, shit. Fuck. I don't like this angle. I can't fucking see. Damn it. Oh, both. Oh no, you're still over there. I fucking hate walking in this goddamn game.
Oh, take your time.
I cannot take my time. I feel like I'm gonna get freaking. Hold on. Yes, Mr.
Nice.
Moya.
I know, yeah.
It's just chill.
How's it going? It's good, Cookie. Honestly, not as bad. Not as bad as I thought.
What the f-
I'm sorry. I thought he'd go faster than that.
Wow. Leave me alone.
I was looking at chat.
Walk in.
I'm locked.
Are you?
Yes. You could have made that.
Yes, Mr. Naya, please. Please leave me alone right now. Do not make me fall. Hi, Mr. Naya. You want attention? Here's your attention.
I know, yeah.
Or are you just hungry? You're just hungry because it's almost dinner time.
Yeah, let's go, yeah. Oh, we gotta do what we did last time. We gotta hang like a
These
foot off.
things. Hang on. STYLO. No
No
way!
way. No way, you gotta go to the beginning. Thank you for the sticky note, Ames. That's exactly what I'm feeling like. Do you
I
want to go
love
first? Or
this
do you want me to?
game.
Why did it bring us all the way
I
here,
don't
bro?
know. Is there anything over here? No.
There's nothing over there. That's so fucked up, bro.
I love this game. It's so fun.
How you doing? How you doing, Ames? Hopefully better than we are.
Your turn. Oh my
Ow.
bad.
You're good.
Wait. What the fuck? What the hell? You're so fast.
There.
Oh fuck. No, you're not gonna freaking.
Instance is 1 p.m. I still ain't got paid? Right? No way. When are you supposed to get paid?
What the fuck, STYLO?
Chill. Why you're rushing? You're calling me impatient.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
We cannot fuck this up. I don't want to go back there again.
There's a checkpoint. Oh my gosh, there's a checkpoint. Just die.
God. Hello?
There's a checkpoint.
Why does it just stay like that? Thanks, STYLO. Are you
I
serious?
got the checkpoint. I have the checkpoint. I hate this game. I'm standing at the checkpoint. That shit said saved.
Let me go feed Noya real quick.
Wait.
It'll be back.
Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I got the checkpoint. Oh man. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? I told y'all I had a method. I had a strategy. You know, it's no biggie. Why Cookie? I got it. We're good. Nothing to worry about. Nice if you don't let Mira carry, yeah? Is that what you think is happening here? Not at all. It's me. I'm the carry. I just bought a new oven. Hell yeah. There'll be good foods in here soon? Nice. I love new ovens. I haven't got a new oven in like forever. Because at my family's house, we had one like that I had forever, like growing up. Then they replaced it like I was in like middle school or high school, something like that. That's the only time I ever got like a new oven. Does anyone know of Mothman, like the urban legend? Yeah, I've heard of it. You sure? Yes, Cookie, I'm sure. Are you doubting me? What MBTI would Mothman have? What? What does MBTI mean? Never.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. See, I told you I got the checkpoint.
Yay! Thank God.
I reloaded from the checkpoint and I was on it.
Oh my God, I don't know why I did that.
I was about to be so upset.
Yeah. Like, I'm not doing that again. Oh, there's a
Down
chest
here.
thing over here.
Oh God, fuck down there.
Just.
I'm trying to come back up, I can't see.
You can't see.
Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate cookie. I got you. And the flip. Thanks. The things from the personality quiz. So what personality would Mothman have? Is that what you're asking me?
What?
Melody's asking me that. I love to flip. It's funny. It's goofy. I don't know all the different kinds, or else I'd be able to
I don't know
answer.
what MBTI Mothman would have. I know nothing about Mothman.
I'm confused again. Ducky, are you ever not confused?
Oh my god.
I mean that in a
Don't
nice
leave
way.
Ducky alone. Ducky's
I'm
trying
not.
her
I mean that in a nice
best.
way. It's a genuine question. Ow.
What the fuck is
This is a long level. This level's long.
Yeah, I think after this one, this will be our last one today. Oh.
Yeah, no worries.
What the fuck?
Oh fuck. Where am I going?
Oh, to the.
Where am I?
Okay.
Oh, this
Green.
is kind of cool.
Kyle pasta green.
Do you want to go right or you want to go up?
Hang on. Right. Yeah, green.
Right.
Blue.
It's okay to be confused. It is. It is. There's nothing wrong with it. If I'm not confused at school, I was extra focused today. Hell yeah. You got locked in, Ducky.
Oh, good.
Oh, you want to go up or down?
Green. Down.
Green.
I think we need to do these circle spear things again.
Oh, you're right. We gotta go fast though, don't we?
Why?
Remember they explode?
Oh fuck.
We got this. We got this. We got this.
Red?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I'll try and get you past the blue first.
Where am I? What?
Go up. Go up.
Where am I putting it?
Then we'll go right there. To the top right. Top right.
Top right?
Yeah,
Oh.
down there in the little socket. You see it? There you go.
Yay.
Oh, sorry. I need the second one right there.
Yup. Green.
How are we gonna get that one though?
Green.
We gotta. I know, but look at it. We gotta take it like all the way around.
Yeah. Don't worry, we got it. We got it.
Okay, it's on you mostly.
Okay. I will look up for it.
We gotta go. Okay, map out the path first.
Map, yeah.
You come right out of here. You go
Right.
down,
Down.
right, down
Right.
to the bottom right.
Yeah.
And you go
And
all the way
go
to the
all
left.
And then up.
Okay.
And then right.
You got that? You ready for
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh god, I'm lagging. Oh no. Greed. Oh fuck. We're fucked already.
You're good? You're good? Don't panic.
Whee. Greed.
We're good.
Oh fuck, it's almost.
We're good.
God.
We're good. Easy.
Thank God.
See?
Star.
Never a doubt.
I was gonna get it, motherfucker.
Sorry. Thank you. I was about to say that's gotta be the end of the level. Holy shit.
Oh my god, please.
Congratulations, you come a long way. I hate you. You're great teamwork. Yeah, it's an inspiration to you all. All I have to do is activate the power mode.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God. that was the longest level ever. Holy shit.
Real.
Ooh.
Yay!
GG's.
GG.
Yeah, that could be the last one.
Yeah.
For sure.
We're done.
Holy shit.
We're
Teamwork
done.
and Mira carrying, same thing?
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Thank you, Thank you.
No thank you,
36%.
Alright.
Yay!
I just want to see What now? I'll check later. How many levels we got left?
What are you gonna check?
I was gonna see how much longer we had. We were at
Um,
what? Like I think Alms is new.
Ames?
Hockey says Alms. Ames, yeah.
I sorry, I said alms.
You're good. I think everyone says it differently.
How do you want me to say it? Let me know. I like it.
I think she's cool with. She's cool with either.
Alms, your
I mean,
alms
she likes.
from now on.
She likes the Alms.
Well, thank you for playing on me.
Yeah, thank you for playing. It was fun. We gotta finish it at some
Oh
point.
God.
For sure.
Will we ever?
What do you mean, oh
finish it?
God?
Let's pronounce Ames, but honestly, nothing bothers me. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Alms. As long as you're cool
Alms.
with it, that's all that matters.
Yeah, for sure.
It's your name.
That's like seeing people say it.
Oh.
That's valid.
Yay! I don't know if maybe we'll finish this in like 3 months.
That's fine. It's up to you. If not, we can always.
This is gonna take us forever, bro.
I know. We don't gotta finish it all like next time. We can always split it
Yeah.
up, you know.
Yeah, whatever. Whenever.
Or we could do something completely different. Doesn't matter.
True.
It's always fun.
It is
Whatever we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yay. Oh, you never introduced yourself, did you?
Oh fuck. Do you guys know me? I'm sorry.
This is Stylo, everybody. Hi.
We just did like a whole 4-hour collab. I didn't even introduce myself.
If you didn't
How rude of
know,
me.
Stylo. This is Stylo, everybody.
How rude of me. Hi guys, I'm Stylo. Sorry. So impolite.
No,
You don't know me,
it's
Cookie? I'm
Joe.
sorry.
Who is
Who is you? Are you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My name is Stylo. Or StyloCast, whatever you want to call me. Sty, whatever. Doesn't matter. I am PNG tuber at the moment. Gonna be VTuber soon, at some point.
Yay.
I got my computer's kind of trash right now, but I got new parts on the way, so it'll be better.
Hell
Then
yeah.
I got new internet on the way as well,
Hell yeah.
so it should be good to
Hell
start VTubing probably in like a few weeks or so,
Yay.
give or take.
W's.
I gotta see. It's gonna depend when my model. I mean, yeah, when my model gets done, because I just put it in like not even a week ago. So
Oh,
yeah, it should probably be like a month or two.
I'm excited.
somewhat.
Very excited.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And finally like have a proper debut and stuff. It'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's me. Who are you?
Who am
For my channel.
I'm Mira. Everybody.
That's it.
Most of you know me. I am a siren. Not a mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fucking call me mermaid. I will find
Okay.
you.
W Mermaid.
Shut the
Oh, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you, Melody.
Nice to meet you, Melody.
Never met you before. Nice to meet all of you.
Yep,
I have
and
no
then
idea
we
who
have
people are.
introductions at the end of the collab. You know, we're not like other
You know,
YouTubers.
No. You gotta sit through the collab first to find out who we are.
Oh,
You gotta watch first.
exactly. You gotta earn our names.
You gotta earn your introduction. Yeah.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Have anything
Oh, man.
you wanna promote or anything?
Let me promote your movie night.
That's true. I'm gonna be. We are going to be. We are going to be watching Cosmic Princess Kaguya. If you would like, fuck, I forgot the link doesn't work. Hang on, let me grab the link.
Oh. Dell streamer.
Wow.
Dell streamer.
Wow.
I'm kidding. Kidding.
Here's the link for the Discord if you would like to join. If not, that's
Am I allowed to
cool.
join?
You know how many servers I'm in that I don't speak in? I'm just like, I don't really emotes.
I should leave some, honestly. I have so many.
Yeah, me too. It is what it is.
Yeah. And what time does this movie night start?
It is in an hour. No, 2 hours.
In 1 hour.
It's
Oh,
in
2
2
hours.
hours.
In 2 hours.
CST, whatever time zone that is for you, I don't know.
9 o'clock EST, since that's the best time zone.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know, throw that in there. But yeah, so that's why we did the collab so early, because I did originally have to be up early tomorrow, and we had the movie night, so we were like, you know, do the early collab. Yes, yeah, Melody.
3 a.m.
3 a.m. We'll see.
Jesus
Cookie,
Christ.
go
I
to
hope you're
sleep.
sleeping at that time.
Go to sleep, Cookie.
Cookie,
It's okay.
sleep. Oh my god.
It's
Yeah,
alright.
it's fine.
What do you mean, what?
It's 3
What?
a.m.
I was saying it's 3 in the morning.
Like, what the
But the
fuck?
movie? But the sleep?
What?
But the bed?
Watch the movie in your own time, okay? If you
Right.
need the link, I got you.
It's 1 a.m., dog.
On it.
Or if you have like Netflix, bro, just hop on there.
Exactly. It's fine.
I don't know if
Just,
you have Netflix.
just imagine our voices in your head. It's okay.
Sty? What, Cookie?
Or
What'd I do? I know. It's different with people, you know? What do you mean?
That's true, but
That is true, but still, but your
you need
sleep.
sleep, bro.
The sleep more important.
I have so many like overseas friends that go live so freaking early or late, and I'm just like, I can't.
I
I love
know.
you. I love you, but goddamn.
That's how I am with Aki. Like she'll go live for me sometimes. It's like 8 in the morning. I'm like,
Oh,
damn. I'll be getting ready for work sometimes, and she goes live.
no.
You want me to be alone and watch My Little Pony to feel better? I see. No, I want you to sleep.
What?
I didn't say that. I think I crashed out
I
by the
think
third
you need
open
to
server in my
sleep.
head. Fair.
I think I crash out and I just start hearing everyone from the server in my head.
I'd be fine.
You know,
I'd
that's
lose it.
fair. That's fair. The voices.
The voice, yeah. Especially with some people.
It's some people. What's that supposed to mean?
No, nothing. Mira.
Mhm,
Mira.
Smack. Me? Wow. I
I'm kidding,
never
I'm kidding.
say anything fucking ever. Ain't that
I'm
fun?
kidding. You're lying.
I am very say-so.
The moon haunts.
The moon haunts you. Why?
You are such a liar.
I'm not a liar.
You're such a
Liar.
liar.
Wow. I'm a liar now. This is what
You're
it
not
is.
say so.
I am.
Oh, okay.
You have no proof. No proof.
You say so.
Mhm. The freaked out tag means nothing. It means nothing.
Yes, it does. I'm the one that put it on there.
Yeah, on accident, actually.
That was not an
You should
accident. I would have
take
taken it off. No.
Why not?
Everyone who gets that. God, everyone who gets that deserves to have it on.
You know,
Thank you for the flip
you know
cookie.
what? STYLO,
What?
where's our money?
What money?
Where's our money?
What money?
I pull up the tweet right now.
I don't know what you're
Where
talking
is it?
about.
Where is it? Where is it?
Let me go delete the tweet. Let me go delete the tweet.
No, I have a screenshot. I have a screenshot.
Do we know anyone who say so? At least of the people who stream? No. Of the streamers?
I
No.
don't- I feel like that's. I would be very concerned if they were.
I feel like
I
feel like Zeri's like relatively.
Huh?
Zeri's relatively say so. I feel
That's
like
true. What is this?
relatively.
What is this tweet?
That's not me.
See, 5 hitting
That's not-
Wednesday, and I give you
That's not
$1
me.
trillion.
That isn't me.
STYLO cast? Is it you? There's another STYLO?
No. They stole my account handle. Yeah, it's not me. No one go look at Mira stream. It's okay.
No one go look. You know what? I won't.
Oh, it's okay.
Second.
No need to do that. There's no tweets. Why am I in a jar? What? I can see it, what motherfucker.
It's beautiful.
Get me out of here.
No,
True, Zeri's also very nice to see. She is. Zeri's very nice.
Zeri's nice.
Yeah. We love Zeri.
Zeri the homie.
Jar, get out.
I had STYLO in a freaking jar the whole fucking stream.
Did you actually?
Yes, in the game.
No, you did not.
Yes, during the game. Well, I left for the restroom and then I came back at some point and I put you in a jar. I don't remember.
You're lying.
I'm not lying. That's why I asked you. I was like, "Oh, you have your phone? You have to stream on your phone?"
I didn't notice it.
You didn't notice it.
No. So I was focused on the game. I'd only look over on like the BRB screen. On the BRB screen, I'm not in the jar.
I see. Yeah, I have a screenshot.
Motherfucker.
Screenshot.
Get me out of this fucking jar.
It's funny. All air used to get air.
I'll never escape.
It's fine. I took it at 4:19.
2 hours ago.
Yeah,
I've been in the jar
2
for forever.
Yes. Beautiful.
Crazy.
Beautiful.
You know what's crazy? Also,
Hmm.
my internet's been good this entire time, except for that crash earlier.
Hell yeah.
It crashed earlier, and
It
now
crashed out.
that was
and
it.
Now it wants to behave.
I didn't have any like bitrate, no bitrate drops or anything.
That's
They found out I was
good,
replacing it,
that's
and they were
good.
just like, they found out I was getting a replacement, and they decided to lock in.
No, for
Too late.
real.
Too late, buddy.
It is what it is.
Now they're gonna crash again. Watch.
Oh my god, don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it.
You
We're
see?
getting
Don't
ready to end.
jinx
It's
it.
okay. We're getting ready to end. I get the new internet tomorrow. Doesn't matter.
If you say that, watch it's not gonna freaking come tomorrow.
We're not gonna what?
It's not gonna come tomorrow.
Oh god, you're right. I mean, it's in my city. You know, unless they fuck up and send it somewhere else,
That's true.
which they could do. I'm not putting that past
Yeah,
them.
let's not jinx anything.
Yeah, no. Last update still 8 in the morning. Arrived at facility in my city.
God.
Like, it's literally down the fucking street. I just can't have it.
Chain.
Exactly. I'm gonna get it. If not, I'll be having a conversation with them.
A strongly worded letter.
I'm supposed to have it already. I paid the overnight shipping. I'm supposed to have it right now.
Yeah.
I paid the
"Give me my
overnight, like,
fucking
2 days ago."
refund, bro.
Please. It's only like $11, but still, every cent counts.
11 is still
Yeah, that's money.
it's money. It is dinner time.
Yeah. GG's.
GG,
Appreciate
everybody.
the game.
We did
It was
so
fun,
well.
actually.
It
We
was
did.
fun, even though it
We did
freaking
better than I
stressed me
thought.
out.
I know. Especially that last part with the little like color switch thing.
Yeah.
I was so stressed. I really thought it reset again.
I know, for real. I was like, what?
I was gonna be so
I don't want
mad.
to do it no more. No more. Free us.
Please. That level was so long too. The last
Yeah,
one.
the Lotus is pretty,
That's
but
like
it did not need to
6
be that long.
No, they could have split that up into like at least 2 or 3 levels. At least. At the very least.
Alright, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, from us,
Thank
make
you guys
sure
for coming.
Thank you guys for coming. Make sure you take care of yourself. Eat food. Drink water. Actual water. Not monster.
Yeah, actual water.
Miss, I'm talking to you.
No monster, no no monster, no juice, no soda, no alcohol.
I say drink water.
Water.
Drink your water.
Agua, H2O. Thanks for fun
Sleep
stream. Yeah,
well.
thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thank you guys
Thank
for
you guys for
coming,
coming.
even though it was early, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna
Appreciate you.
stream early again.
No,
We'll
no,
see. We'll see.
usually later. We usually probably start like around right now.
Yeah. I
Like a
stream in
little
like an
later.
hour normally. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine are usually later too. Unless I'm like a weekend or something. But no energy drinks? No. Water.
You can have them. I just
You
don't
can't.
don't replace water with energy drinks.
I'll say you can't.
Yeah.
You can have
need
water.
water.
That's it.
everybody. Take care.
Yeah.
Good night.
Bye, guys. Bye. Good night. Have a good night.
Oh, you're not.